You show, you know, you see, believe. Wasting all my time on you. I've got nothing left to lose. You walk, you talk, you speak, you leave. Wasting all my time on you. I've got nothing left to lose. You show, you know, you see, believe. Wasting all my time on you. I've got nothing left to lose. You walk, you talk, you speak, you leave. Wasting all my time on you. I've got nothing left to lose. Every time I let you choose, only left me with more proof. Nothing seems to affect you. Now I don't know what to do. I don't wanna feel this way. I don't wanna see your face. No one else can take your place. Memories never erase. Every time I let you choose, only left me with more proof. Nothing seems to affect you. Now I don't know what to do. I don't wanna feel this way. I don't wanna see your face. No one else can take your place. Memories never erase. Do that again.
It's super fun. Dude, it's just rock. Play music real loud. You know the word.
Is this like the PC account?
Yeah. See, this is my live streaming account right here. So we are not live yet, but we will be soon. We'll be streaming to the Vigilante channel through this one. This one, he's probably going to steal a couple of views, but that's okay. We support Super. I think that might be Super now.
Memories of fragrance,
But if y'all want to hear me,
of cedar and burn,
if y'all want to come down here and just act like y'all are jumping.
unrelenting patience,
Does roll in. It'll look like
mutual sense of hope. We cannot explain this, yet it's something that we know. Mentions that we're stainless, in a mental state of glow. Oh, unrelenting pain. right there.
Yes, I'm gonna send you the link to his album.
An arrow and a
Oh,
bow.
there you go.
Aiming but we're aimless. The target left unknown. Yearning for what's painless. Yeah. Disregarding sugar coats. Blindfolded we take it. To remember what we know. Oh, can never let it go. We don't know what we know. We've got no place to go. We're searching for a home.
Yo, I screen recorded the
Now start sleeping when my heart stops. And I won't stop thinking till my mind's lost.
Oh, hell no. You're getting booted.
All right, let me hit my intro real quick, bro. Oh, can I get up there?
Well, mute too, because I want to make sure you don't have. Mute your bot.
Hey,
Mute your bot.
model.
Don't want no feedback.
Hey, model.
No echoes.
How do I mute the bot?
Tell your bot to
Do
go
you not-
into
do you not know
settings
how to
and
open
then
up your
sounds
Horizon
and then
menu?
microphone off, so it'll only pick up other people's voices.
Okay, so I'm in my menu. Do I go to settings?
Yep, settings and then sound.
Okay, and then where do? Oh, shoot. Oh, let me.
And then microphone.
It won't even let me click
or
it.
Microphone off.
This is my first show, Yoda. So I'm glad that you came and hanging out with me.
I can't click it. It's unclickable.
It's probably because through your sound settings, you got your audio going through your microphone.
Oh, do you hear the echo?
So Elwood, are you
Is
streaming?
there an echo? Echo?
No.
Nope, no
Just
echo.
participating?
Okay, good. All right.
Oh, you're gonna
No,
be.
no, we're good. We're good. Because I'm not.
No,
the only reason why
just-
you heard
just
that music
watching.
was because it was playing straight through the through the bot.
I thought
So
yeah,
I turned
Right.
it
this
on.
is like this is my like. No.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Let me get up in there.
Yeah, we're just here to hang out.
I don't know what Super's trying to do. He's not my
He's
guest
doing the
this
most.
week, but he's trying to get on stage.
He's doing the most.
Like Super, do you just always take over?
Where's
You just
Panado?
gotta take over what's happening. It's all good. So what's up, everybody? I'm gonna get started with the live stream in about 2 minutes. Appreciate everybody being here. Looking at the number of people, we got 19 out of 29. That means we only got room for 10 more. Once we fill up, that's it. You're gonna have to catch it on the Vidu Nights channel on YouTube. Otherwise, you can watch it on Super, on his Facebook, and wherever else he's sharing it. You can watch it on MetaMasters VR, because apparently we can't have enough bots sharing all this amazing stuff. So there's 3 streams going, 3 places to watch it. We got amazing stuff going on tonight, so we appreciate it. If anybody else shows up with their bots, we're gonna have to ask them nicely to just come in with themselves, because we got too many bots. But welcome, everybody. Welcome to the streams. I don't know where MetaMasters is streaming yet, but make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like. Make sure you follow MetaMasters on Instagram and all the other social media platforms. You can do whatever you want with Super if you're a fan, but mostly it's the nah, shout out Super and his audience that isn't even watching yet. Oh, we are live. Look at you. We actually got the live stream for Super. So make sure y'all like and leave some comments down below. Super will answer. He'll ask your questions, rather, if you leave them down in the comments. So go ahead and ask some questions. We're going to have a great show for y'all. MetaMasters, I don't know where you're streaming, so I don't know if you're live yet, but welcome. I'm going to go ahead and start this stream up, and then we're going to get started.
Hey, streamers, make sure you get the audience up in here.
All right, y'all. We are live. Welcome y'all to Horizon Live. I'm Oculos410, and we are here with some amazing people in the audience. First thing that I love to do is obviously welcome everybody in the audience for making it out. We do have some more room if you want to invite some people. Once we fill up, though, you can catch it on the VidUnites channel. So youtube.com/VidUnites. We'll be live streaming it the whole night. We got Super AF. He's live streaming it as well on his Facebook. And we got MetaMasters VR, who might be streaming it, might be just recording. But we appreciate y'all being here. So shout out to all of y'all. Some confetti for all of y'all in the audience. Y'all are amazing. Some great creators out here. I see some familiar faces. I see some new faces. So it's great to see each and every one of y'all out here today. But we do have a special guest that's going to be coming up on the stage sometime soon. But we're not going to jump into that just yet. We do have a couple of things that we're going to go over. We're going to talk about a couple of topics that I want to get into. Plus, of course, we got the open mic right here. So if y'all got any questions, if you got something that you want to share, feel free to come on up. The mic is live, and we appreciate y'all being out here. So looking around the audience, I see a couple of people that are familiar world creators. Go ahead and throw some confetti if you're creating worlds out here. Throw some confetti out there if you got at least one world. That's amazing. Congrats to y'all. It's great to see some of y'all that are getting into the building tools. I know it's a little bit intimidating sometimes, but just being able to go ahead and click on that new world, that's literally the hard part. Once you get in there, just get your hands dirty with the build tools. That's really all it takes. Just come up with an idea. You can make a house. You can make, you can start off with a template and you can kind of add to that. Or if you just want to collaborate with somebody, go ahead and find some help in the community group on the Discord. You can even just go to the plaza and ask for help. There's people everywhere. And that's what I love about this community. This community always stacks up and they always come through for each other. So I appreciate it. So looking around the audience, I don't know if y'all know yet, but there is a special guest here that is going to be up on this stage. They are in the house. I do, first of all, want to shout out Lil Pete. Lil Pete is amazing influencer and supporter, does the events on Facebook for the Alt Space events, plus all of the Horizon Worlds events. So shout out Lil Pete. Love seeing personalities out there doing the good work. So appreciate you. We got Joe Byron in the house. Joe Byron's been hopping around world to world doing his Joe Byron personality. Really appreciate that. Bringing lots of joy and laughter to people. We got Super, of course. Every room I've ever been in with Super has been a laugh since day one. Comedy lit. Everywhere that I've been with Super. So shout out you. And we got Elwood ENT. I don't know if you know, but he is one of the geniuses behind the shorts on the YouTube channel for VidU. He does a lot of production work. He does editing work. So just looking around this room, make sure y'all send some friend requests out. Because the people in the room, you might not even realize it, but they've got connections, they've got talents, they've got all kind of experience, and they've been in this Horizon Worlds for so long that there might be something that might be helpful. And just sliding down that couch, one more cushion, Yoda WNY, one of the original OGs of mini games, of world creation, of teaching, of just all the things. So shout out Yoda, and newly announced, but also one of the founding members of Inspire. So congratulations to Yoda being able to come out here, share some of his magic with the people, bringing in some brands, doing some amazing work. So shout you out. So looking around the room, if y'all think you know who it is who's coming up on the stage or who you want to see up on stage, go ahead and point them out now. Go ahead and look around, see who's here. Point out who you think you want to see up on stage. Who do you think it's going to be this week? Today's topic, conflict in the metaverse. Last week we did top creator. A lot of people were really concerned because top creator brings a lot of stigma. People worry about, what is a top creator? Why do people call themselves top creators? Is there anything negative about saying you're a top creator? And does it mean you actually are if you're telling people this? And we actually were here with Joy Rain and Jay Dunn, and we talked about being a top creator isn't about telling people you're a top creator, but it's about teaching people. It's about sharing. It's about educating. It's about collaborating. All of the things that go into being a part of this community and helping each other. And you don't really think about being a top creator. You think about being a top collaborator as someone of service to everybody out here. That's something that some of y'all probably have done, collaborated with other people on a world. Somebody may have asked you for some help on some scripting. Maybe you needed some help building. And so people that are of service and who are helping each other, that's what it's like to be somewhere at the top. You don't have to be in the top 100. You don't have to be featured in the plaza. these are just people that are out here helping. And that's what it really takes to be at the top, because people recognize your name, people recognize your work, and that's really what it's all about. So shout out everybody out there who's teaching, who's sharing, who's helping out, because you're the reason this community continues to grow the way it does. And the talents and the skills that y'all are just sharing, it's amazing. So I want to get somebody up here. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet. It's not our surprise guest, but I am going to bring somebody up here. Of course, my script ain't going to work. There we go. So it's going to be a surprise. Go ahead and point out who you think it is. It's not going to be our special guest yet. This is our first surprise guest. We're going to bring them up on stage. Who you think it is? Let me see somebody pointing around. Who you think? Who you think? Oh, somebody thinks it's Yoda. We got somebody pointing to Two Wavy. We got Jay Vanity. Come on up on stage, Doc JC. Come on and unmute and hop up in the chair.
Let me get. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Let me see if I go around. I was like, Joda. Okay, well, we have coffee.
We were going to bring Yoda up on here.
I'll talk as long as you give me coffee.
There you go. We got two of them because we knew you were going to be on the stage.
Let me say hi to you.
Hey.
There you go.
Chodryson World. It's good to see you. Shout out Doc JC. I don't know if you know, but Doc JC has been creating for a while now, and he's got his latest world Champless. You want to talk about what Champless is and why it's so important and what the what
definitely. So it's quite important for the Latin community, but I think it's something that everybody could actually enjoy. So Champless is actually an expression which means kind of like yikes. And it's even though I'm from Puerto Rico, Champless is based on a Mexican TV show from late 70s, early 80s. And it was this hood, basically, where they all kind of lived really close to each other. And that brought a lot of funny problems, could we say, or mishaps. And the happiest person in that neighborhood happened to be an orphan kid. And then the kid that actually had everything, he had the balls and the toys and the tricycle and the whole 9 yards. He wasn't really, really happy with his life. He was always seeking, kind of this hungry ghost, like the Buddhists say. And what happened was the orphan realized he had the biggest gift of them all, which is life itself. I mean, once you have life, you could actually go and manifest and create whatever you want, whether it's Horizon Worlds or out there, right? So, yeah, that's basically in a nutshell. Thank you.
It's amazing, and it's incredible because through the Los Amigos, all of the Spanish-speaking Latin American creators, the first time they saw this world, it was as if like American creators, their first day in Sesame Street, like it took them back to when they were a kid, and it's like, oh, I recognize this place and this house and all these characters. It was kind of the same effect when all those Spanish-speaking creators were there for the first time. Right. Have you been into a world that gave you that kind of feeling and that was kind of maybe an inspiration to build, or have you seen any worlds that kind of brought you back to your childhood?
There's been a few worlds that I've definitely enjoyed. Some of them were there was one created by me and there's other created by many other creators. I think every single world I've visited, most of them bring something to me. I mean, it was yesterday I was visiting Papasing. He has a world where he has some dragons and some Tai Chi. And I actually practiced Tai Chi when I was like in my late teens, maybe. So there's some worlds that kind of bring you to a moment of your life or opens up a whole new experience. I think one of the worlds that's really dear to me, and I don't like talking too much about like a world I create, but it's VRPR, Virtual Reality Puerto Rico. And the reason that brings me is because I got to Puerto Rico when I was like 3 years and a half. And there's something about the cookie and the ways, and it just brings me there. And I think everybody here has some nostalgia to them, whether it's a whole different, whether you were raised in Kansas or in Alaska. And you could bring that. I think that when you create a world, it's not just creating dragons, but you want to create an emotion on the people that visit the world. And the best way to do that is being true to yourself and to something that brings an emotion to you.
That's awesome advice. I know a lot of people when they create, they try to create places that they think other people would enjoy. And I usually give the recommendation, and a lot of more seasoned creators tell you, create something that you would enjoy. Go places that you would want to hang out. Because if you want to hang out there and it's a genuine experience, people are going to want to hang out there as well. But I think there still is something to creating these spaces that really bring that nostalgia and want to make
And
people
the
want to go there.
ways
So it's a great mix. It's a great blend. Doc
I,
GC, I gotta tell
mhm.
you, the one.
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead, and then I'll jump
Oh,
into that next thought.
just really quick, I just want to say that there's only one space to be you. Nobody else could be you. So when you try to please everyone, you stop. You actually, by saying yes, you're actually afraid of it's not a real yes. You're saying no to yourself. So when it's the other way around and you say yes for yourself, people see that authenticity and it really has a different energetic level.
Now, and that's a great point as well, because the authenticity is really what it's all about when you're trying to something that replicate a feeling or a place or a show or something from your childhood. So if you're going to create something, make sure you really do have that firsthand experience. Don't just create it because it's popular, because it's trending. If you really have some passion behind it, that's some great advice there. So the one
Thank you.
thing I wanted to talk about was your latest venture with Vidu. You're now Doc JC of Vidu Tutoriales en
Woohoo!
Español. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Let's talk about that
It's
experience.
yeah. So it's such a blessing, first of all, to be considered, to be part of Video, the family of Video, and to be able to bring that knowledge to the Latin community. It's just I have no words for that. In odd. I really enjoy. I was a kid that they had to kind of give me a little elbow and tell me to be quiet in the classroom, and somehow those weaknesses are actually now a blessing. So it's also a learning experience that a lot of things that maybe throughout your life you saw as something negative could actually be very positive. And I just have a blast. I just made a video now. I'm not going to share exactly what, but I was just me. If I could throw in a joke, I threw in a joke, and it's just being yourself. It's just about being comfortable in your own skin. If you're quirky, you're quirky. If you're not, it's just being yourself.
That's amazing. Like, your personality actually fits really well with the Vidu brand. How many people in here know Vidu, heard of Vidu? Confetti. Seriously, look around the
Video,
room.
video.
Everybody in here, I think none of the bots in the front row have heard of Vidu, so we'll have to educate them. But Vidu, the tutorials, the Vidu tutorials, the Vidu nights, which is more of the entertainment side, which is where we are. We're streaming on the Vidu nights channel. Now having the Vidu tutoriales en español to partner with all of those other amazing content that being created for the Latin American Spanish speaking community. When you were asked about creating content for that channel, what went through your mind? Were you just like, yeah, absolutely, I'm there, no big deal, I'm ready? Or was it kind of like you had to really think about representing all of the Latin American and Spanish speaking community for the content being created? Like, talk about that thought process when you got that offer.
Well, it might be a little mixed, but mainly, to be honest, I was quite impulsive about it. I was like, yes, sure, why not? When do I start? Where do I sign? And that's just me. I really believe a lot in my gut feeling and my intuition. And the feeling I had was, and it still is, very, very positive. So I didn't have to think too much about it to say yes. But once I said yes, then I was like, okay, how am I gonna make this happen now? And I was like, well, I'm gonna have to brush up on my scripting and learn a little bit more. By the way, this is the first time I ever learned scripting. I always drew, I always painted, but as you might infer, my job is actually repairing humans. But uh yeah, definitely, I just felt that it was right, and it was something that kind of just jived with my energy. Yeah.
Yeah, and your first video for the channel was actually like just a welcome. So was that a good icebreaker, or did you feel maybe it was maybe it should have been a tutorial? Like, what do you think about that first video? Like, walk us through the recording, the practicing, and just getting to the point where we were ready to post it.
So I'm extremely thankful to Pigeon Pigeon, wherever you are, if you hear me.
Pigeon.
Because she was I mean, she's a different energy than me. She's very relaxed and very mellow, and that's exactly what I needed to kind of like hold my hand and be like, okay, stand here. You're doing well. Relax. And it was just so smooth and so natural to be able to do that first video. I think that was a perfect video to start off. Hey, and yeah, it was just really nice and smooth. I felt really supported.
When Pigeon does her videography or her cinema style, the one thing that I love about Pigeon is that she has a story to tell. It's not just I'm capturing some video or putting it together into an edit and then we're going to release it. She really has a story of what she wants to tell and the emotion she wants to go through. I don't know if you saw the video on John McClay. It was the first time I had this emotional connection to the person being interviewed. There's been so many interviews, so many different, stages where people are going through and talking to the guests. And it's like, yeah, we know Doc JC, we know Lakes, we know Merck, we know all these other creators. But when Pigeon told the story about John McClay and he came into the plaza and then, after a brief few moments of just nothing being here, no worlds, no people, he left. And then the I guess the transition when you exit a world and you despawn, like the way that she told that story, it was just like I felt that exact thing when I came in here. And so many other people were commenting like, wow, you really captured that same thing. When you first joined Horizon, did you have kind of a similar like, where is everybody, what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah.
And kind of wonder if you should stick around?
Definitely. There were some moments that I felt out of the box, or just I hadn't met enough people, didn't have that connection. Went into the plaza, and everybody, were doing their own thing. So the way I see Horizon is, I mean, I conceptualize it in two big aspects, but they're really all interconnected. One of them is the building process, right? I could be from the first time when I didn't even know how to snap, I could just be in hours and just be building and creating, even if it was all kind of like a child's drawing at the beginning. But I was able to go into that. But then there's the socializing part, and I am pretty outgoing and I'm pretty outspoken, which a lot of people don't have that, maybe that skill or that part. It's not even a skill, that personality trait, let's call it like that. And even in my case, for me, and that kind of piggybacks to doing the first video, I need to feel that I could be myself. If I don't feel that I could be myself, then I don't feel comfortable. But then again, wouldn't that be the same situation when you're out in the real world? I mean, if you get dressed up and you go walking down, maybe you need some me time. Everybody needs some me time. But after a while, maybe a couple days or a week, you're going to want to connect to someone. That's human nature. I mean, we are social creatures. And if you just go out on the street and you don't know anyone and you go into a club, how long could you just be dancing on your own before you really feel that you need that connection? So I don't think it's something intrinsic to Horizon. I think it's something intrinsic to the human experience.
Yeah, and I wonder how many people out there have just been themselves in the metaverse. Show of hands. How many people are out there actually representing themselves? That's the amazing part about in Horizon and in VR itself. People out here are just being themselves. That's why their avatars really represent who they feel they are, who they feel, how they feel they look to themselves, and their personalities really shine through. And Waffle said, and Jay Dunn has said, and then countless other creators have said, who you are in the metaverse is amplified from who you are in the real world. And I really love that saying is still moving around for months now, because I noticed that so many people who maybe they didn't have a huge following out in the real world or on their social media pages, now in the metaverse and in Horizon are getting this massive support. Shout out for Be Aroma Scent, was one of the first business owners to bring their business into Horizon, and Be Aroma Scent immediately got support from the community. And if you have a small business, if you run a business in the real world, it's much easier to find clients to be your friends than it is to get your friends to be your clients. And that's really powerful to come in here and get so much support and just the entire community to support you. you seen that from the community in things that you've done?
Definitely. I think that there's less constraints. And I would even add that the metaverse is a great equalizer. There's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people that they wouldn't have the opportunity to build a business or even to create art. I mean, go ahead and buy a canvas and everything that comes with it, stencils, the whole 9 yards, oil painting. And some
Mm-hmm.
people have the creativity. They're born artists, but they don't have the access to these resources. And Horizon World opens that up to everyone.
And that's also a really great point, because I've seen people who were here before the beta that talked about worlds weren't very interactive. There was a lot of art worlds, and a lot of these worlds that were created were more of just exploration or experiences or people's expressions of who they are in the real world that they wanted to bring into the metaverse. Have you dabbled in any art? Have you done any kind of artwork in your worlds?
Yeah. So I have a few favorite artists. If they're watching this, some of them are right now, doing their art. And I'm talking about outside the metaverse, and some of them
Mm-hmm.
have passed away. So I'm just going to give a list of artists that I really look up to right now is Alex Monopoly, David Krakoff, and David Krakoff, and there's Sohar the artist. These are artists that are nowadays doing their thing, but from back in the days, well, not too long ago, Jeff Koons, Jean-Michel Basquiat, and out of Jean-Michel Basquiat, I was able to do the
Oh.
T-Rex because I was so obsessed with that little T-Rex. And then it happened to be, check about how the interconnection and how people vibe sometimes the same level. Felso, Felso Vasquez, which we call him the mayor,
Mm-hmm.
had,
Shout out Mayor of the
without me knowing,
Metaverse.
yep, there you go, the mayor of the metaverse. He had a Jean Michel Basquiat museum. So the moment
Yep.
I saw it, I was like, I have to bring in my. And then once the asset was created, I was able to just grab it and drop it to him. So the fact that you could create or recreate art or create your own art, or maybe even do something in reference to an artist that you admire, it's just beautiful.
Yeah, I haven't dabbled in any art. Unfortunately, the extent of my art is round objects and noodles that make coffee cups, squares that make couches, and staying away from the round
Minimalist.
objects for capacity. That's about the extent of my art experience. But
That's
maybe
all.
we have somebody out there in the audience with a little bit more
Yeah.
art experience. So before I bring them on, Doc JC, anything you want to share, where people could find you, what you got going on, any worlds you want them to check out?
Definitely. So you already heard YouTube, video tutoriales en español. You can subscribe even if you don't speak Spanish. That support is something that's very dear to me. Also, we have the Horizon Roads en español page on Facebook. And then you could just check any of my roles out. And if you need any help, feel free to message me, find me. I'll be more than glad to connect with you.
And you're creating now new tutorials that are going to help people with things that they actually want help with, like things that people are currently asking for help. So thank you so
Exactly.
much for not
Well,
only
thank you.
jumping
Thank you
on
for having me, and
stage
thank
at
you.
a moment's
Thanks.
notice. Thank you for everything that you're doing
You're
for
most
the
welcome.
Spanish speaking community. And
You're most
obviously,
welcome.
thank you for being a great friend in the metaverse, my man.
Thank you so much.
So,
Have a lot of love
all
for
right,
you.
we're going to
Take
send
care.
Doc JC back up to the sitting area. So we did kind of give it a little bit away on what we got going on next. Our special guest, we actually have two special guests. I'm going to bring both of them up on stage because if you've seen One in a World, especially if you have any kind of appreciation for art, you already know that name has to be Angel the Artist. Welcome to the stage. Come on up, have a seat. Everybody, please, lots of confetti for Angel. As much confetti as you brought with you. I mean, seriously,
yeah.
Angel, I've been a fan
Love
since
you.
I even the day I met you. Like, I don't know what it is about like your presence, your artwork, but seriously, I'm so grateful that you could be here. Tell me about your first interaction in Horizon. Like, how did you get started in here?
So I came in Horizon December 20th. I will never forget.
Oh,
And I came in, I went to the first world I went to was the mansion. And I was just like, oh, this is really nice. I thought it was a game. And then I found out that people were actually making it in here. I went to Club Vivid, and that's where I started to find like my group of people, and
Hmm.
the community was just crazy supportive, and I just got into build mode, and within a week, I came out with my first world, Angel Oasis, and that was just like. I look back on it now like it was trash, but everybody was just like, "Oh wow, I see potential! Like keep going." And I was obsessed. So I was on here for like hours upon hours during the day, just building. Like I just have a random conversation with someone. They'd say like one sentence, and I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, that just made me think of a world." Now I got a whole world I'm building just off of one conversation with someone. So it's just like the flow just kept going and kept going until people started noticing.
That's incredible. So you were a week in and you were ready to start creating?
Yeah, absolutely. I did the tutorial thing. I stayed in that little tutorial world where you got to make the bridge of the pillars. I stayed in there
Uh-huh.
for a good 20 hours just messing with all the controls, not just, what they were asking you to do. And like by the second or third day, I was just like, let's build our own. Let's build something. And, rest is
That's
history.
that's funny. The I was the opposite. I did not want to get into creation tools, and I did not want to stay in that creation tool. Usually, I'm the one in there trying to break things or doing what I'm not supposed to. But something about that bridge, it's giving me PTSD when I get into creation. So if I see any bridges in your world, don't worry if I start wigging out a little bit. It's that bridge from the tutorial. I
Oh,
actually only when you came in, I remember. Did you make the Krusty Krab world? I think that was one of your
yes.
worlds.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember going to that world. Have y'all been to Krusty Krab? I don't know if anybody else made a Krusty Krab, but look at that, all the
Oh
love out there.
my
The
gosh.
Krusty Krab world. I went to that one, and I don't know what it was. I was just like, I was enjoying it because to me, SpongeBob just being at the Krusty Krab and just seeing Bikini Bottom, I was enjoying it. I really didn't have much
Mhm.
expectation for worlds when I was in here, and even after the beta opened up. But seeing all these creations, no matter what they were, from your first creation to your current creation, just seeing people's imaginations come to life and people's creativity, that's what really inspired me to continue and doing what I'm doing, sharing things through the tours. Now,
Mhm.
since you said the first one was the Oasis.
Yeah, Angel Oasis
So,
nightclub.
so did you unpublish that or think about unpublishing it after you got so far along, or is there a reason you keep that out there? Like, talk about
Um,
that.
Absolutely. I spoke about this with many of my friends. They were like, "Are you gonna update it, renovate it?" And I was like, "Nope. I'm leaving it published and it's staying right where it is. If there is any moment," and I tell my friends to remind me this too. I'm like, if there is any moment where I feel like you see my head getting a little too big, be like, "Yep, transfer over to Angel Oasis," so she could look at those proportion sizes on the stuff that she put in
Oh
there,
no.
because I will never. There's always a point. Like it was literally like trust the whole process, because my beginning world, although people are like, oh, it's so beautiful, I'm like, z ripping there, size proportion there, pull
Oh,
too deep. Like I'm like pointing out all the flaws, and everybody else is just like, this is so great. I'm just like, no, this is the world that. Oops, this is the world that keeps me humble, because I'm just like, I came a long way for sure.
I'm so glad you said that because I keep my first world around as a reminder of where I started. Because when people tell me that they can't create or they'll never create as good as this world that they've seen, and I tell them like my
Mm-hmm.
first world is trash, and I think a lot of creators who say that their first world was just a throwaway world or it was a
Mm-hmm.
really poor example of what they wanted to create, or all the excuses other than it was the most amazing first world ever. But I keep it around kind of just to tell people just a story about myself and where I'm at now based on where I was then. On my 1 year anniversary of building that world, I hit 100 visitors, and I was just like blown away that 100 people actually went and wanted to go to that world, even if I'd never advertised it. I'd never will put a door anywhere in any of my worlds to it. But people, because they saw my worlds, wanted to see other worlds, and they went. 100 different people. Like to me, that just means I did something that people enjoyed, or maybe they went there and hated it. But either way, it shows that journey of where I started to where I am now. And I really encourage you, if you have a world that you just, it's your first one and you want to unpublish it or make it undiscoverable, just leave it. People will go there and they'll enjoy it and they'll see the journey that you've taken, and it gives them inspiration to keep building. So speaking a
Mhm.
little bit of inspiration, so you came in here December and you've been building since December. Has there been a point where you slowed down, you kind of got burnt out, or you just decided maybe it wasn't for you and you wanted to take a break? Or how's that been since then till now?
Probably the opposite. Most of the people that are really close to me will tell you like they're begging me to to be like, yo, you need to take a break. Like, let's go over, let's play a regular game. Like, let's do this. Let's pop out to this event. And I'm just like, all right, let me just just kind of add another. Like, I'm just like, building is like literally. It's not just a job for me anymore. It's like, I mean, it was always like a passion and everything, and I added the business
Hmm.
aspect onto it. But it's just like building was the break from life. So it's just like, you want me to take a break from my break? Like, it's just like, it was just, I've never really had a point where it was just like, oh, let me slow down this month or this week. It was always building, building, building. Whether it was building for myself, building for friends, building for clients, I was always building.
Now, interesting you talk about the business aspect. So you create art worlds, as everyone here knows. If you're not aware, Angel is an artist. How have you made money, or do you want to share a little bit about maybe something that'll help people out there who are looking to, create art and, find a way to make money in the metaverse?
Well, I make money through here a couple different ways. So when I first started, it was basically just selling pieces that I made. So when I opened up the Better World Museum, Angel the Artist, that gallery
Hmm.
had 6 pieces of original work from me, and they were sold out within the first day of the grand opening. Shout out to
You
all of
actually
those
sold
amazing people
those?
who, yeah, like during the
That's
grand
incredible.
opening, yeah, they came in
Confetti
and was just
for
like, yeah,
Angel.
I'm buying it, I'm buying it.
Wow.
And that was the first time I ever even like I didn't even think of, this as a business aspect. Like I said, it was always an escape for me when I started, and just being able to create art for free. So it was just like when somebody was just like, I'm gonna buy that, I was just like, huh? Like light bulb went up. I was just like, let's keep this going. Let's keep this going. And then there was opportunity with Facebook and other companies who wanted
Hmm.
to like interview me and record footage and all that stuff. So they sent me money, and once I saw that they were sending money just to do interviews, I was just like, oh, I have really, not really looked at my worth. And so, starting here, it's just like people will do interviews for free, and that's fine as well. But there are definitely people willing to like, hey, I'm paying you for your time. Would you please, do this interview and
Hmm.
all that stuff? As long as, not only your I'm gonna just drink. Not only your skills are just good, but you're also a people person. You like to engage with people, even with myself
Yep.
being very anxious and dealing with social anxiety. I know that in order for my business to work, I need to connect with people. You can't just be like, "Is that your world? Ah, yes, over there. Please go check it out." And you gotta come up to people and be like, "Hey, my name is Angel. Please check this out. My Instagram is this. Marketing yourself, supporting other people, going to their worlds, and just being great." And then once my name like really got out there, Facebook asked me to join this creator program where basically they just pay me to build. So what you were saying about building, don't just build what people want, build what you want. Now I
Hmm.
can actually do that and be like, oh, I'm not struggling to for my next meal or whatever. It's like I'm building whatever I want and I'm getting paid to do that. So it's been literally a huge blessing for real.
Now, not to get all up in your personal business, but you did just say struggling to pay for your next meal. Now, was this something that was an unexpected revenue stream that actually helped, or just was a supplemental income? Or talk about like how this affected what you were already doing currently, as far as like I said, is it supplemental? Is it something that actually came in at the right time to help you? And because I want to lead into another question, so
Hmm.
I want to ask that first.
So basically it traveled. So at first it was just
Hmm.
additional income. I used to be a art after school teacher, and I would teach kids about art stuff, and help them, basic after school teacher things. And then I
Hmm.
found the headset, and I was just like, Lake, this is great, extra money and everything. And then once I found out, like, I don't like commuting or leaving my house, and I can
Oh,
do this full
amen.
time, it was a wrap. I was just like, yeah, I put in my 2 weeks, and I started working here full time. So now it's just like it really was like life changing. It's not just a, oh yeah, I get to, take a nice little vacation on the weekend because of this money. Like, no, it's like it's paying for rent, it's paying for a car, it's paying for everything. It's insane.
Hold up. So you quit your job to build in the metaverse? Like wasn't no like thought about it? You just said, all right, I'm gonna put my weeks in and I'm coming into the metaverse.
I did think about it. I took a
Okay.
very long hour to decide. And
Oh no.
I was just like, I know this is a really huge, well, my decision was already made. But of course,
Wow.
the final yes and actually going to put in the 2 weeks was a little dragged out to convince, family members and that such of like, hey, like I'm
So
gonna do
two-ish,
this. And they're just like, yeah,
two-ish
yeah, yeah.
weeks.
Right. So they were just like, you're gonna quit your job for a game? Like, it's not a game. It's like, this is a career. Like, this is real. It wasn't, they weren't really believe, well, besides like my immediate family, my mom, my brothers, they understood what was going on. But anyone else was like, until they saw the numbers, it was like, you just want a game. I was like, now I show the proof, and it's just like, oh, it's not a game. It's not a game.
So the obvious next follow-up question I gotta ask, and maybe it's not so obvious just yet. And after this question, I'm gonna bring up our next special guest to join you on the stage. South by Southwest. When you found out that Mark Zuckerberg not only knew who you were, but he damn near knew your address, where you live, your family, what you were doing for work. I mean, I saw your post, but talk to me about the day, the moment you heard that Mark Zuckerberg knew who you were. What did that feel like, and what went through your mind for that whole week? Because I
I
know it wasn't just a minute.
First of all, I want to give a shout out to Super, because Super is the one that actually told me about the video. Had he not told me, and I was still a month late, but it's the thought that counts. I was just like, as soon as I seen it, I was over the moon. I was screaming to the top of my lungs. My walls are very
You were
thin, so
screaming
the
through your
neighbors were just
posts.
like, yeah, no, I was all the exclamation marks. I was like so ecstatic, and it was just like, it had just been like, I'd have just been like, wow, I'm so grateful, if he had just been like, yeah, there's an artist making a museum, and just like kept going. But it was just like name, job, location, all of
Yes.
this. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like I felt like
Were you
just
shaking?
walking. I was
Were you
like in
shaking?
avatar mode. Yeah, I was shaking. I was floating everywhere in the physical world, not just, avatar because of no legs. I was like literally on cloud nine for the
Did you play the video
longest.
for everybody you knew? Like your mom, your pop,
Everyone,
your whole uncle,
everyone,
everybody you knew?
everyone. And it was just like,
Wow.
usually I don't like to come around my mom's house, just like it's always people in front of the building and just like, oh, how you doing, how's life, what you been up to? And I just be like, work. And now I'm just like, look at this
Yep.
video. Yeah, 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 here you go, here, pass it around, pass it around, pass it around. Like, just like really
Oh,
excited. And even after, like, once it started to cool down, now it's more so of like, when people talk about it, it's just like, oh gosh, no, 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 no. It's like I still get a little shy, especially like with new people who are coming in. Like, they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm new, and then like Junior would be like, do you know who she is? And I'm just like, oh gosh, here we go, here we go. It's just like, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg knows her. I'm just like, oh my god, this is insane. But it's been truly a blessing. My timing was just really on point. That's what the main key was for me, the timing.
I mean, timing definitely does help, but I really do believe that the work and the effort and the time you put in, it shows. And a lot of people will talk about what they're doing. A lot of people will post about what they're going to do. But when you just put in the work and people recognize it, especially that high up, I mean, there's no higher up in Meta than Zuckerberg. It shows the work that you're putting in is
Mm.
meaningful and it's reaching people and it's impacting people. Have you had people that have just come up to you randomly that you never known in the metaverse and just be like, Angel, I love your work, your world? Talk about a little bit of that going from just creating to where now people are recognizing you that you don't even know.
That I still to this day, it's still like oh, well, oh, this is happening again. Like, there will be people that just come up to you and be like, oh my gosh, I've been to this world and this world, this world. And it's just like, I'm like more so still like, oh my gosh, I'm getting recognized. And like my friends are just like, duh, like you're famous. Like, I'm just like, I mean, I'll get into my head sometimes and be like, "Oh yeah, I am. I'm this, I'm that." But like for the most part, it's just like like last year, I would never even imagine this many people knowing my name, seeing my work, and anything. So just to have anybody come up to me and be like, "I know you. I know you don't know me, but I appreciate it." That's like the best.
How many people out there knew Angel before today? Just show of hands. If you didn't, it's okay. But how many people knew Angel? Look at that. Almost everybody in the audience knew who you were. How many people out there knew who I was before today? Anybody? The two, three people? No. But see, that's the thing. Like some people, when they get that level of fame or that 15 minutes, or they get that recognition, you'll hear about it from not just the people that are sharing it, but the person who's getting that notoriety. They'll share it over and over again, and they really want people to
Hmm.
know that they're popping. Never saw that from you. You did the Zuckerberg thing, but then you've stayed humble through the whole thing. I mean, how in everything that you're doing, with all the accomplishments, you're making money, you're getting recognized, you still are chill. Like you're up here having a normal conversation. You're very humble, and then humility just shines through you. Like, have you always been this way, or is it more of like this has kind of humbled you a little bit because of where you've gotten in here?
I think I've always been on humble thing through like life experiences of just seeing people who weren't humble and then just have it blow up in their face like to the fullest. I'm talking like people who were on top of the world are now like being a crab in a barrel trying to scrape to the top. And I never wanted that
Mm-hmm.
for myself or for anyone I care about. So I'm just like, just be appreciative of whatever steps you're taking above, because sometimes all you can get through the day is the bare minimum, and you got to be grateful for even that. So just any progress that I make, I'm just so happy for it. Yeah, I'll like celebrate and feel good for myself, because self-love is still something that you need to do. But then after that, it's just like, all right, time to move on to the next thing, because like I said, it does feel like 15 minutes of fame and you don't want it to dim. You want yourself to continue to stay recognized. So that cogwheel is always spinning. You got to keep going. Got to keep pushing out stuff and everything.
Absolutely. It looks like we got somebody up at the mic. Looks like Super's about to give his soundbite for his live stream. Super, what's up? Welcome.
What's up? What's up? I have a question from chat. I
Oh,
have Victor Vic.
I don't have an answer for that.
Oh, that's my Alexa. My bad. So Victor Vic,
let-
Are you far from the mic?
you way far from your mic, bro.
so Victor Vic asks Angel, where do you see yourself 6 months from now in the Met?
Oh, 6 months. Funny how it's not 5 years. Everything in the
Right,
metaverse is
right,
so
yeah.
fast. 6 months.
Six
What you
months
got?
is 5 years. So definitely in 6 months, I for sure will see me already. I don't have like a desktop or anything like that. I'm working off like a Mac with Windows installed onto it, so it's just getting me by. 6 months down the line, I'm hoping to already have a really good gaming PC. I want to be able to do the streaming stuff as well. I want to be able to get onto Blender and Unity. I want to branch out to other
Mm,
metaverses and be able to create worlds for not just Horizons, but for all space, for Rec Room, for spatial, whoever is accepting me and designing something. I'm here for it. And just any other art as well. I will continue to do tattoos, continue to paint, make sculptures, all that. And music.
wow.
Yes.
So I was not expecting that answer. I thought you were going to say, I'm going to be selling more art. I'm going to be making more money. But look at you. I'm going to expand
Mm,
my
yeah,
abilities. I'm going to be
expand.
out there building in more metaverses. I mean, I was a huge fan before I brought you up on the stage, but I'm over the moon. I'm a huge fan, even more
Thank you.
just hearing
Thank
your
you.
answers. Is there D3V? Come on up. You got a question for Angel?
Hey, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Yeah, so Angel, what do you think is the most important thing in a world? If I wanted to start creating, what should I be focusing on?
I say your most important thing. What it's two things. One is for sure visual. You want to come into a world, and whether your theme is you want them to feel like they're in real life, so you want to be extra detailed, or you want them to feel the emotion, which is like more very abstract, very just like, oh, this makes me feel this. Like I have people come into the world and be like, oh, it was so emotional. Like I felt my heart, beating, stuff like that. Like visually and then interactives, whether it's games, whether it's just something that'll keep you in there longer, striking conversations, card games, any of the assets that are already pre-made. If you don't feel like making a whole thing out, you can take out an asset and customize it to your will if you're, really good with scripting. But as long as you have those two things down packed, your world will be for sure set.
Thank you.
Amazing advice. The visuals and the interactive things are huge in worlds, especially since we have so many creators, so many worlds out here now. That's why I have little weird things like the coffee cups. Because when people come up here, if they got a nervous twitch, they'll grab a coffee cup and they'll kind of use that as
Mm-hmm.
kind of their little security blanket or whatever it may be. And it's just a small little thing to add to your world that people kind of feel a little bit more immersed. When you first built your first world to where you are now, have you created something that has more interactive things to keep people engaged, or did you really focus on the art part? The art part. That sounds kind of not really giving you your flowers, but the artistic representation of your capabilities in your world. What was there a balance, or what takes priority when you're building?
It kind of really just bounced around. My main focus was always art. Like that's always the priority. Having that visual aspect for anything, whether it's sculpture pieces or assets or builds, whole builds itself. It's usually always about the art. But I did dabble in doing assets to get people like, oh wow, like I made this bubble hookah, which is like I got from Sim. They don't want you to think that you were smoking anything, so they did like these little bubbles, and I put that
Hmm.
in one of Junior's worlds to like have people go in there, and that's when dynamic lighting just came out, so they were just like, "Oh my gosh, my face is lighting up!" It was like,
Oh,
it's
that's
just something
recent.
to keep them in there even just a couple seconds longer. Yeah, yeah.
Oh
But the
wow,
assets
that's very
came in
cool.
a little bit more towards the end.
Yeah, I did notice the glowing hookahs when you put it to your mouth had that like orange glow to it, and I don't remember what world I saw it in, but yeah, just that dynamic lighting being added to the toolbox just has really changed things. Have you done a lot of work with dynamic lighting outside of that with your artwork or any of your worlds?
Actually, yeah, as soon as tools came out, I used dynamic lighting in every single world that I've built since then. Like, it just, I was already using the invisible shape with light, so now to be able to
Hmm.
have that aspect to make it animated and move around and everything, like, even the latest world that I've just put out, which is my world hub, like, I've used dynamic lighting to go over plastic materials, so it creates like this neon animated light up ordeal. It's just like insane. I just dynamic lighting was the best update besides maybe asset folder that we could have got,
It's funny you
in my
say that
opinion.
because when Questies first dropped, dynamic lighting was actually hiding in plain sight in Questies. So when
I
you went
saw it
on a
there,
dance
yeah.
floor, the
The
UFO
saucer.
was
Mm-hmm.
circling, and my oblivious self, I was standing there with one of the creators, and he's telling me to take pictures of the dance floor, and he's like, "Do you see it?" And I'm like, "Nah, what am I looking at? The dance floor." And it took me a minute to finally realize that light was moving in the world, and I've been fighting in all of my worlds to get light to do anything other than just be stale. And
Mm-hmm.
it took a matter of months before we got dynamic lighting. And I'm really glad that we have it now, and I haven't seen anybody abusing it. But if you notice in your menu when you first turn on Horizon World, you open the app, it says warning photosensitive players, maybe subject to seizures. And I think
Mm-hmm.
it's a smart thing that they did that, because in every video game you've ever bought, if you look at the first page of the manual, it says that
Mm-hmm.
certain light patterns can cause epileptic seizures. So that's not new if any of y'all didn't know. Now, as far as your experience in here, um, with the dynamic lighting and with all the tools that you've been using, dynamic lighting is an amazing tool, but was there a tool that really has been like your go-to when you're creating this art? Because for me, when I started, I needed my snapping tool, and it was so broken when it first came out. I would come back into my world, and everything would have been shifted, and it was shifted just enough to make everything be just completely wrecked, and I just gave
Mm-hmm.
up. But now we got all these tools that when they come out, I mean, aside from all the bugs, everything seems to work when we get a new tool. Is there a go-to tool
Mm-hmm.
that you use for everything in your worlds?
I would say for sure snap and array. Junior again will also tell you I'm really fast. Like it's probably bad at how fast I am in building because I'm trying to make money from it. But just like arraying just helps solve my problems. It helps keep everything in line as long as you're doing it the right way, because there are times where you can array it just at the wrong point and it completely messes everything off. But I've been working with array for months. So it's just like now it's just like immediately like a reflex. Now it's not like just let me place the stair here and stair here or a fence. It's
Mhm.
just like wall, fence, chair. It's just like everything that I need is always duplicated. And yeah, definitely snap tool and array for sure.
Now, Array, if y'all aren't using it to its fullest capacity, you can do more than just slide a shape or copy a shape and then duplicate it over and over again. You can actually select shapes that are opposite each other and you can rotate those to make multiple walls. You can use your array, like Angel said, to make steps. So there's a lot of things that that array tool can do. So play around with that array tool. You can every time you go to slide or stretch or place an object, array now we got is your best friend. I'm telling you, if you haven't used it yet, I highly recommend it. You've mentioned Junior a couple of times. It just so happens that we're going to be bringing Junior to the stage. Come on up, Junior. Let me see some confetti up there for Junior. And as I said, the mic is open. If you have not been here before, the mic is here so you can ask questions. If you got a question for either one of these two, for me, if you got some comments, please feel free to come up to the mic. It is live. Junior, welcome to the stage.
What's up, man? How you doing?
My surprise guest for today. Now, when I asked you to be on here as a surprise guest, were you confused? Like, were you wondering why I wasn't blowing up your name or having you like share all this, the flyers and the marketing?
Not at all. I'm not. That honestly, you reaching out to me was huge in my eyes because you've been here for a long time. So it's a lot of stuff I look up to you for. So when you hit me, it was like yes, like whatever it is, yes. Don't tell anybody yes. Whatever you need, yes, you got it. So
I appreciate
that.
That
was my look on it. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I still kind of feel like I'm just part of the community. So I mean, you saying that I appreciate the compliment. I really wanted to have you on stage because you've been kind of like an underdog in here. Like I don't know if a lot of people know who you are, but yet they know who you are. But Lit 22 like put you on the map and created your own map.
Yeah.
I got to talk about this first. So for Lit 22, was there anything before Lit 22, or when did you come in, and what was that time frame between when you joined and Lit 22 popping up?
It was about a month and a half, maybe 2 months, from when I joined and made Lit 22. When I joined, I joined Vivid. I went to Vivid first, and the first impression I got was Danica. I don't know where he was,
right?
But he was somewhere up top inside the club, and I walked into the club, and he just drops down. He's like, "Hey, welcome to my club." And I'm looking around, mind blown, like a lot of people are when they get in here for the first time. And I'm like, "Are you rich yet?" That's my first question I asked him because I'm into crypto, I'm into NFTs, and I immediately thought, like, what if you can mint a world and sell it on a blockchain? Are you rich yet? And he's laughing. What do you mean? I'm saying you can sell this, and then he's like, maybe one day I will be, and hopefully that's still the case. I still wish the best for him. And then him greeting me was also what I implemented into Lit 22 when I made it. I just wanted a hangout spot for my friends, and then when everyone started pouring in, I would just welcome them at the door. And it really took off.
So Lit 22, I was looking through some previous posts. So Lit 22 actually launched, was it end of February? That's when you started marketing. And one of the very first posts after you announced that you were going to be opening your world soon was from Angel. And Angel was just blowing up the appreciation for Lit. Come check out Lit, amazing music, amazing people. Like, did y'all have like that connect at that moment, at that early on? Or is that something that kind of grew beyond like after a little while? Like, tell me about that first month of Lit 22 and how y'all met.
So I will be honest. I was very in simp mode, very fangirl. I was just like, who is this person? Like the energy is just so vibrant. I was just like, whatever I gotta do or can do to, shoot you out there, promote you. I was doing it. Like I don't record people. I don't, that's the Cheeks thing. Like I don't do the whole record video and promote worlds or whatever. But I was just like, yeah, getting all the angles and Lit 22, doing the super slow-mo span. I was doing all of that. And I was just like, yeah, I was just like, I gotta promote, I gotta push this out there, I gotta push this out there. And it wasn't even like, oh, this world is so dope, you have to go there. It was just like, no, this experience, everything all
Yeah.
tied in together. It was just like, you're having fun, you're partying, the host is just out of this world amazing, and it's just like the charisma was just like unmatched. It was just like a magnet. It was just like, I don't know how, I don't know what I need to do, what I can do, but I just know I need to push him as far to the top as I can.
Damn. So, Junior, did you know about all of that early on, or was that
No,
something
no.
y'all discussed ever?
Honestly, no. So I didn't even know she liked me or anything like that. I seen her, I knew of her. I knew she was quiet, and I knew she was like meta famous, because of her world. But I DM'd her on Instagram. I commented on one of her pictures once. I said, "Hey, Miss Parker," because she looked pretty in the picture. So I said, "Hey, Miss Parker," with a little heart, and then she liked it or
Damn.
whatever.
So,
And then I guess she kind of like had a crush on me ever since, and I didn't know.
Yeah, it was before that, but once I saw the DM, I was like, "Oh, all systems go! Let's go, go, go!"
yeah.
I just put in
Yes.
the work.
So we were chilling on here, and then we actually went to VR chat, and Wavy, to Wavy, that's my brother up there. He comes up to me. He's like, June, you know that girl over there? What are you talking about? And he's like, Angel the artist. I'm like, yeah. She's like, yo, she likes you, bro. You should go talk to her. You should go talk to her. So, and that was it from there. I went over, we had a conversation, and then we haven't like been apart since.
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy. Like, so y'all, as far as geographically, do y'all even live anywhere near each other?
We do. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that might make things a little easier. Have y'all met in person yet, or is this something that y'all just strictly on Horizon?
Right now it's strictly on Horizon, but it is like we plan on meeting.
Talked about.
Yeah, it's talked about a lot.
Hey, that's what's up. So how many people out there want to see that live stream? Maybe Soup can bring the bot out, see the in person meet between Junior and Angel out here. Everybody wants to see it. Have y'all
Oh my
seen
God.
the latest? I think it's on like Hulu or something. They got the VR chat. What is it like? Meeting up and dating in the metaverse or something. Have y'all seen that special
Mm-mm.
yet? So
No.
somebody had posted it. Basically, they did it in VR chat where people are connecting, and it's kind of like, because you can be anybody you want in the metaverse, it doesn't really matter. There's nothing holding you back, and people talking about the connections they're making. And it's interesting because it's kind of the opposite in here. People are kind of representing themselves, like I said earlier, about like who they feel they are or how they feel they look to themselves outward towards others. Do you think that it would have been any different if y'all was, I don't know, like he was a like big ketchup bottle, and you was like a dragon or something in VR chat? Like, I don't even know what, like would y'all are connected? Because like I think it's a real connection in here when you meet people, because you really feel like you're connecting with somebody. Talk about that a little bit. Whoever wants to go, like, was it just that like
I
the
think we would have connected regardless. I think if we would have met in a Discord group, if we would have met on Instagram, on Twitter, walking past each other, the vibe, especially on the mental note, is like I never felt nothing like it. Like we are like
wow?
peas in a pod. We like a lot of the same things. Our mindset is the same. When the same things. We both push each other to do better. So it's a whole tornado of greatness, in my opinion. Yeah.
So
Well
when you
said.
did that video with the purple eye filter, was that because of Junior's purple eyes, or did he switch to the purple eyes after that video that you did on Instagram?
We've actually started like a very small trend of just like telling all our friends like, oh, just change to your favorite eye color. So his favorite color is purple, and as many people know, my favorite color is chartreuse. So it's just like we had to just switch up
Uh,
the eye colors, and then all of our friends were also changing their eye colors to their favorite color as well.
got you. So after Lit 22, Junior, you got a rack of worlds. I didn't even realize how many worlds you built until after I asked you to be on here. All of those worlds that you've been building, like, have you had help with any of these worlds? Have you collaborated? Did
Yes.
you consider
Yes.
like paying
Right
people
here.
to help?
Right here.
Oh,
Actually, my first world, Lit 22, was built by Parcel. The original Lit 22 was built by Parcel. I
oh
didn't even
wow!
build that. It was a commission built. Shout out Parzival.
Shout out
He
Parzival.
should have everything. He's one of the best builders I've ever met. He's a really dope individual person. Um, but I got Lit 22 built, and then I started learning building with Angel. So we're building together, and she's basically taught me everything I know now when it comes to building. Herbert definitely got me started off. I don't know if you guys know Herbert, who built
Hey,
Metacore, but yeah, he helped me with the snap tool, and then she helped me with everything else, and now it's just becoming this thing where I'm learning how to do different things every day.
that's incredible. So one thing I want to point out there that some of y'all may not have had the experience. If you just connect with somebody and just have, a conversation about what you're doing, and you end up in a build mode together with somebody, it's amazing what you're going to learn, and the people that you're going to actually connect with, and you're going to get so much more out of that. Oftentimes an actual real friendship from build mode. I've been in build mode with so many incredible creators, and zero to offer. I was doing world testing because I had no skills when it came to building or scripting, and that was my only way into build mode with other people, was world testing. But now people are just jumping into build mode together and teaching each other. Like, I love that aspect of it. Did you have anybody who taught you how to build when you came in here, or did you just kind of learn on your own and just kind of figure it out as you went along?
Yeah, I didn't have the benefit of being able to go on YouTube and have all the tutorials. I had to like
Oh
learn
no.
everything. It was just like there were a couple tutorials on YouTube that were like pretty old. Like the interface was like the first interface of Horizon. It was
Hmm.
just like these code blocks aren't even the same. It was just like I was like, all right, I'm gonna just have to learn everything myself. And it was just like it wasn't that hard just because I had prior knowledge of like sandbox type games. So it's like I
Hmm.
built a lot on Sims. I was a creator, a paid creator on IMVU. I tried to dabble
Wow.
in Second Life, but like I had all of this like prior experience that I just had to switch the language over to Horizons and figure out everything from there.
Wow. That's amazing. So have you, aside from Junior, had the chance to teach anybody else how to build, or is there anybody out here who's now building that you had a chance to get into build mode with that you want to shout out or talk about?
I've had many collaborations. If I shouted all them names out, we'd be here all night. But definitely want to give shout outs to Bubblegum Planet, Outram.
Hey.
Um,
Oh.
I thought I saw her. Oh, there you go. Sadie Chan. She when she first came in here, she was like convinced that she wasn't gonna build, she wasn't gonna be a creator. She was like, I'm a
What?
consumer, I'm
Yeah, now
not.
she's crazy. Now she goes
Right.
crazy.
Now she's
Yeah.
What?
insane, art all over the place. My World Hub has a huge piece made by her. It's just like unmatched, like, and she like came into my world one time when I was building and she was like, I don't know how you do that. I couldn't do this. And I'm like, now look at you. Just doing so great. So definitely shout
So
out Sadie Chan.
So Sadie Chan, who, if y'all don't know, the Aaliyah tribute, that blew my mind seeing that.
Hmm.
That's how I found Sadie Chan. I was like just scrolling through my Instagram, and I'm like, whoa, hold up. And I went scrolling back. I didn't even know it was Horizon. I thought I was just looking at somebody's artwork, somebody who put something together, whether it was Photoshop. And I'm looking
Hmm.
at it and I'm like, hold up, I see a picture of Angel in the front. I see another avatar I've never seen before. I'm like, why are all these avatars photoshopped into this picture? And I realize I'm like, there's an actual Aaliyah tribute world in Horizon. And I'm like, oh
Hmm.
my God, like that just blew my mind. I wish I could hear a little bit more from Sadie Chan, but please come up to the mic if you want to share a little bit about it, because I would love to ask you a question, but I see she already giving me the no, no, no. But Sadie Chan, I am so glad that you changed your mind. I don't know if you want props to Angel for that or anybody else, but thank you for not leaving and for sharing that
that,
art with people.
was all
Literally,
her.
you are impacting people through your art, and that's what I love about art. You just don't know who you're inspiring, who you're actually encouraging to start their own creation. So shout out you, and shout out all the other artists out there in the crowd. um so who else have you worked with that you just kind of saw grow, whether it was when you first saw their work to when you worked with them, or you worked with them and then later on down the road that you've just seen that growth through them? Is there anybody that you want to shout out that have just, you know, come in and just taken off with their skills and their creations?
Like I said, I can go on, but I'm gonna let you go.
Victor 3000.
Hey.
Victor 3000. I met him early on. We were both just consumers. Like we were just roll hopping and pals, and he actually got me to want to build more than I was already wanting to. So he started building, and he learned from Herbert as well, and he just has this passion about him where it's like he's telling himself he's the best. He's speaking into existence basically, where he's like, I'm the best. I'm gonna get good at this. I'm gonna be great. I want to be like another golden hand. And every build he's getting better and better and better, and pushing himself to do better. And it's dope to see. So definitely Victor 3000.
Yeah, shout out Victor 3000. I hope somebody on the live stream. It doesn't have to be Hoopers. It can be MetaMasters or Vidu. But I saw his realistic piano, and I know I always struggle with capacity now that I worked on that capacity video with the Vidu team. So like soft cubes, I cringe every time I pull a soft cube out of my toolbox. It uses up so much capacity. But looking at these realistic builds, I feel so like envious of people who just dive into it. They don't worry about capacity. They really want to go and share the amount of creativity of the detail they want to put into it. But I met Victor through Metacourt as well, and I had no idea he was a creator until after Metacourt, when I just saw his creations. I don't know his story. I'd love to hear more from him, but anybody else out there who's just starting to create, or we had a question early on about if I start creating, it's not a matter of if, it's when, because as soon as you hit that create world, that's it. You're in, and it doesn't matter how good it looks, doesn't matter how interactive it is. As long as you start somewhere, you will be the next person in here who's creating worlds that people are enjoying and are impacted and really be inspired by. Yoda, welcome to the stage. I don't know if y'all know Yoda. Yoda's got a whole catalog of worlds as well. And I have to shout out the mini game competition from April back in the beta, because he actually didn't even really know who I was. And maybe he did. And I just asked if I could be a tester on his world so I can go in and kind of break things. And he's like, yeah, sure. And next thing you know, my name is sitting up there with his as the part of the co-creator of his world. So I'm like, I'm embarrassed, but I'm also so grateful at the fact that he let me help him with his world. But please, question or comment. Welcome.
Yeah, no, much appreciated. I mean, I loved your comment earlier about, nostalgia and just like having a reason to come in here and build, like my early builds, like Mousetrap and Cubert, I mean, like I'm just hitting like old stuff that when I brought people in, like I want to take you to your childhood, and that was just so fun. But yeah, no, really impressive with, both of your accomplishments, and applaud and both hope, wish you the best as you move forward. But I'm an educator as well, leaving the classroom, a high school teacher, no longer going back next year, and full-time diving into this. So I'm curious where you see, like, as collaborations go about, like where you see Meta and introducing this to like younger kids or like high school kids, the kids who aren't allowed in here. Like, how do we build a space where we can empower, encourage, and support, like create the first Meta high school, right? And like bring teachers and educators, people like yourself who are willing to give, and just really like make it accessible to them and make a safe space. Maybe it's a separate instance of this that's just for high schools. It's not public for everybody, but I'm just curious your thoughts as with education and art teaching and stuff like that in your background. Like, where do you see that going?
Wow.
Well, I will say that it's already being started, so I will give a huge shout out to Smile Honey Child. She has a nonprofit.
Amazing.
She's here. Oh, yes. She has a nonprofit organization. She's bringing headsets to kids. They're learning not only just building in Horizons, but other great softwares that are within the Oculus as well. And that part to me is just like amazing. I hope that gets like a huge outreach. I hope I could be a part of that and teaching as well, because even though I left the art school teaching job and the whole educating industry, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean that I want to cut off, being an educator. I love kids. I have 2 boys of my own, and I love teaching. I was an elementary school teacher. It wasn't high school, but there have already been toys made that help kids code at the age of 3. So bringing headsets to the kids and making them learn coding through there, making them explore their artistic skills if they want to explore that. like I want to push it out as much as I can too.
Amazing. Yeah, no, I taught for Victory XR Academy as a pioneer teacher years ago, and I've been bringing VR headsets to schools for like 10 years. So to see where it's evolved,
Wow.
and, to be a part of all of this, I mean, it's still, a big part of who I am. So I'm curious to see and really excited to see how we bring, the youth an opportunity to kind of dip their toes in these waters in a safe space. So, yeah, cool. Awesome. Thank you.
That's such an amazing question, Yoda. And I just have to say one more thing before you disappear. Not even knowing that about you, I kind of knew that you had this kind of giving and this mentorship mentality about you. By the way you presented yourself in here, like I said, during the beta, afterwards, still being a part of the community. I just want to give you your flowers and your props for everything you're doing. Please, confetti for Yoda. Yoda is such an amazing creator and person in here. If you ever get a chance to connect with Yoda, please do. I'm so grateful for your friendship and for everything you've done in here. So just wanted to say that before you left.
Yeah. Reciprocated right back at you, man. Much appreciated for everything you do.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your support.
Yeah. Thank you for highlighting these amazing people and giving everybody a platform to showcase and share and, we're really unified. Like, again, like any other educators that are in here, find me, hit me up. Like I'm doing things in this space and I would love, to collaborate. So yeah, cool.
Yeah. Absolutely. And if you decide to put a name behind that and, kind of make it official, I would love to support it. I would love to put a door in tours, and I would love to be able to help connect that through One Horizon.
Well, for right now,
so please.
For right now, Inspire Create Labs is my official presence. So, Inspire Create Labs is one of the first LLCs. We're doing, some bigger projects, but there will be, other efforts that go on. I've been doing stuff as VR Buffalo for years. And that's what I do, my innovation camps and other stuff here locally. But yeah, Inspire Create Labs and VR Buffalo. So awesome.
Thank you, Yoda. One segue before we get to Rhonda, because I love hearing from Rhonda. I'm a huge fan of Rhonda's since the day we met. But to segue a little bit in what Yoda's saying and a little bit of what you're talking about. Somebody reached out to me the other day. Their nephew actually just created a world. So if you come to tours on Wednesday, I would love for y'all to check it out. It's going to be Wednesday's feature. The creator, I'm not going to say their age because we don't want to get anybody in trouble. We really want to encourage the children in here that want to learn scripting, that want to learn how to build, that want to be a productive member of the Horizon community. I really want to help support them. These children that are coming in here, if they want to focus their time and energy on building, creating, learning, and being a part of this amazing community, and one day getting to the point where they can be of a legal age to get a contract, to get paid, to be able to show all other people out here that same support as they're coming up, I really want the community to support them. So if you could, even if you don't show up on Wednesday for the tour at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific, please just come to the Tours World and check out the feature this week. Amazing young creator. I haven't even seen the world yet, but just hearing how people talk about this world, about this young man's just dedication to wanting to create, please just show support, because we really need to show these kids who want to do something productive in here support. Have you seen any worlds, or do you have any examples, without saying names, of younger creators that you just want to show support for? Or have you kind of had that same feeling of wanting to give those younger creators a chance to really make it in here?
I haven't seen any kids who have like actually wanted to build, aside from maybe one of my friends. He has a daughter in here who's learning to build. They haven't published any worlds or anything yet, but I can already tell because of who the parent is. I already know that their child is going to be pretty good, but I haven't seen any published yet.
That's funny you say that. If their parent can build, they got an expectation of what that level of creativity is. I'm sure their children have picked it up outside of the metaverse. Do you think that your children are going to want to get into the metaverse when they're of age, where you think it's time and they're ready? Do you want them to come in here and create and kind of make a living?
Definitely, absolutely. My oldest is only 3, but he gets on the headset, he'll put it on, he talks to my friends, and he's like more like, oh my gosh, he's like all happy about it. He doesn't really understand like, oh, you can do this yourself, whatever. His favorite game is the roller coaster game on here, but I do know there will be a time where it's just like, oh, what are you doing on here? Oh, can I do that with you? And it'll be like, of course, like I was gonna push this to you anyway, so the fact that you want to do it is fine. Like I'm all for showing him the way, even if he doesn't want to go the artistic route. There's still business things that you can learn from here. There's still the technical side of just coding and being able to transfer that to something else, even if it's not staying in Horizons.
That's amazing. And I love the fact that you're supporting them before they're even old enough to be supported in the ways that you're already shaping their future. It's very important. Anybody out there with young kids? Anybody have younger kids out there? I don't know. We got a couple of them. Yeah, look at that. A lot of y'all. I know I'll hear in the background sometimes whenever I'm in a public space, and they'll say, "Oh, hold on a second," and they'll go on mute, and then they'll be like, "I'm so sorry. That's my daughter. She's up. She's hungry." Or, "Oh, that's my son. He's bothering me because he's bored." Like I love the fact that your children are there with you, that you're sharing it. Like sometimes I'll put the headset on and just let them look around, and you'll know it's a kid because their hands turn into this like real close together like flower. And they look at the sky and they're looking around. Like I would do the same thing, because when I was younger, I wanted to be in all the technology, and when I was younger, it was Commodore 64s and Ataris and ColecoVision and Intellivision. So all these little game consoles were things that I was interested in, and it encouraged me to get into a technology field as a career. And so encouraging your kids on things that they're passionate about, don't tell them no, they're not old enough. Don't tell them no, they can't, because it's not their time. They're not ready for it, or they're not mature enough. I immediately, my daughter was interested in something, I gave it to her, and now she's in a happy career making good money, just because of the fact that I've told her to just chase whatever it is that makes her happy. Don't worry about chasing that dollar. So if your children are encouraged by whatever it is that they're passionate about, they'll find something out there, and even in the metaverse maybe one day. So I just want to share that little message with you. Rhonda. No introduction. It's Rhonda X, y'all. Flowers, confetti. Give it all up, y'all.
Thank you, Oculos.
What can we
and
do
by the
for
way,
you, Rhonda?
I leave you on as a tester because it's a flex. Oculos tested my world, so that's how I look at it.
I hope you leave
so
me
for
on
you-
there. I got to share your world in the tours. I got to be a tester.
Yes, you're definitely not coming off. But you two, the way you guys market yourselves is just super powerful. Is very influential, and you can tell you guys have passion behind what you do. So I admire that. I want to know, where do you plan on co-branding and doing your own branding? Where does that meet?
Took one of my questions.
It's pretty.
Love it. Thank you.
You go.
Basically, she has her own builds, which are branded Angel. I have my own builds that are June based. And then we have assets that are her own, assets are my own. But if we're ever in a build mode together and working on a world together or an asset together, it basically gets put into the Junjo branch of asset or world build. That's how we've been doing it as of late. So we both have our own things going, but we do still have the Junjo brand as well. So
cool, Angel.
Oh, but yeah, like basically what he said, we tend to do our own things. If I have an idea and I'm just like, oh, this will be great, if it's something I'm really passionate about, I'll keep it under my name. Or if it's something that I feel like, oh, this is going to be more of a party or a social setting scene, that's where June comes in, because he's more about people, the environment, the actual, live scene, where I'm just like, make sure the build is good. And that's why we work so well and jump off of each other, because it's just like, yes, he builds as well, and I build and teach him and stuff. But in terms of like social settings, I'm more of like, hey, how you doing? It's very small talk. It's very like the most social to get out of me is if I had some liquid courage or something like that. But it's just like, for the most part, I give all the props to him for bringing people in and all that stuff without like just people knowing who I am. My marketing isn't like all that. It's just like people just know me because of what happened with the museum and everything. Junior just came in and was just like,
amazing.
Thank you.
Yes.
But Junior came in and was just like, I'm Junior. This is who I am.
Right.
Burst out my energy, and you're just like, I need to know what's the next Junior event. I need to know what's going on. I'm checking his page. I'm not just like scrolling through Instagram and seeing something from him. I'm typing in his name to see, oh, are they doing a party tonight, kind of thing.
Dope.
So I make sure any of the world that'll have that type of environment going on, that stays under Junjil, just because like I already know he's gonna have them come in and be great. And even if it's something that's under mine, he'll still put a dope fire playlist in my world. So if it's not a live like event, people can still be in there and still listen to music and just hang out and chill as well. So yeah, we definitely just feed
Dope.
off of each other as well as pushing each other to do our solo parts as well.
Y'all know each other's superpowers.
Exactly. Yes.
Perfect.
Definitely.
you.
Most definitely.
Cool.
Rhonda running. You took my question. I'm so grateful that you asked that question because it is a powerful one. When you're in here in the metaverse, if you really do want to position yourself to make money one day, or if you just want to be able to have your things recognized, you need a brand. And it's kind of ironic. My eye immediately just laser focused to Hardy West in the dead center. First of all, give some confetti for Hardy West because we're literally on the topic about branding. Hardy, I know you're not going to miss the opportunity to talk about branding because you are a pioneer of branding. Can you at least come up to the mic to respond to what I'm about to say about branding? Because I want to give advice, but you did it. So I want you to come up here and really fact check, but also share, just if you wouldn't mind, please. Just come up to the mic for me. Branding is so important in here because, like Yoda said, your VR Buffalo brand, Inspire, first LLC brand building in the metaverse. We've got all of these brands that are in here that people are creating, and it's very important. Super is a brand. Super out here doing it. You got
I have
Neoverse,
an LLC.
brand.
I've had an LLC since October 2018. So if we talk, if we you mean the first LLC building in here?
Oh, I'm talking about as world builders, Inspire Group being
that's
in
me
here
then,
as
baby.
LLC
That's
and
me.
larger.
Me.
All right, we got Hardy West in the building, so I told you he's gonna fact check me. So as far as branding, the day you set foot in the metaverse, did you say I need my brand in here, or did you create a brand in here? Because I'm pretty sure you already had your brand.
Yeah, my brand, my brand before here was Hardy West. Was Hardy West. Graphics, websites, branding, marketing, stuff like that. I guess when I got in here and I learned that the worlds were only so big and we can't create like a club, a hub, a game place all in one world. I knew that I was gonna have to create more than one world. So that's when I was like, okay, Hardy World is the brand, everything I want attached to the Hardy World experience. And that's how I kind of started with that. But
yeah, Hardy World, when you came in, every person I've had on stage has said your name. And that's why when I talked to you after one of the shows, I said, I really wish you would have been here because your name always comes up. And it's ironic that we're talking about brands because your name was going to come out of my mouth about the fact of when you came in, it was day one. And that's why you talk about people still chasing December.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do have one question for you, and then I'm going to take it back to them. But as of July 16th, are we July 16th yet? As of right now, do you feel that people are finally listening to what you got to say and stop chasing December and actually in here putting in the work? Or you think people are still not just getting off and doing it?
I see everybody has a logo now, and that makes me happy because I always tell people, you have to start branding. You got to start, because it's early. We're all going to be able to branch off and have teams of our own, businesses of our own and stuff. We're at the top of this, so that's why I was kind of, trying to get everybody on that same page. That's why I don't really hire other builders and stuff, because I want to learn everything I can, if I do hire, if I do outsource something, it'll be for something that I just don't have the time to learn, which like scripting and stuff like that, and the art stuff. Like my time is better spent other places. So I'll pay people that do that, and that's okay. Not everybody has to be a world builder. You can build assets. You can, promote. You can do other things with your brand. But I think I was talking to A Money. I don't know if you're here, but I think he had posted a story and was like, "Yo, tonight, comedy lit at 10 o'clock." I'm like, dude, why didn't you put a flyer out? Like, it's so last minute. I
Right.
can't even share your story. Now if you have a flyer with your logo on it, that you release, even if you would have released the last minute, at least people could share it, and it can make its rounds. I think you know another thing about branding is in making flyers for your event. Even if they're not the best looking flyers, you're creating a stamp, a time step on a place and time, or a certain time. So you can always look back at these flyers and say, hey, I did this, I did this, I did this, and stuff. So that goes hand in hand with the branding part too, though. But yeah.
That's great advice as far as those flyers being able to look back. I never even considered that part of it. Um, Now, as far as these two up here on stage,
Mhm.
anything you want to say, questions or shout outs or just
Oh
comments
yeah,
that you want
shout
to make?
shout out to Junior. I remember back when he was heavy on the lit 22, and I was Club 90 was at. I mean, it's still at the pinnacle. You know what I'm saying? But I started seeing other things coming up, and I think lit 22 was the first one that I really seen that was like, oh snap, okay, somebody, like it's a lot of people over there, but we can only get certain people into our world. So you know um I knew early on he was doing his thing with lit 22 and keep it up. Angel, when she did her museum, it was like the first type of museum thing. When I got there, I think Rupert was like, yeah, all is sold. I was like, what? So I was like, man, I kind of wanted to get one early on, but it was all sold out. And, I think I did hit her up for some stuff, but, we never got around to that yet. But she knocked out the piece out of at the park for a client of mine, Raheem Devon in Loveland. So that's what's up. But yeah, they both doing their thing, man. They know they doing their thing. I ain't got to say that.
I appreciate you, Hardy, and I appreciate your advice and your comments on branding. So if you didn't take anything away from all of that, all those gems, go brand yourself. Doesn't matter what you're doing in here yet, because it's gonna continue to grow as you grow. So doesn't matter what it is, put a brand on it. And the irony is, I haven't put a brand on mine because I've been spending so much time working on community, and eventually it's going to get to a point where people are going to be like, so where do I find your work? And I'm going to be like, well, I've been working on the community. So I haven't even positioned myself with a brand for when I do the world building. And I don't know if it really matters too much for me personally, because I can see myself doing this for another 6 whole months in the metaverse or 5 years in the real world, because I really do love this community. I love to see what people are doing. Tanless, come on up. But we're going to ask y'all, as far as your branding, I know you said you got your own thing going on separately. If you got your own things that you're building, and then you got the Junjo brand, do you plan on growing that any, or is it just kind of when things mesh, that's what it goes under, and that's where you're kind of like, building it as, what are your thoughts about that future of that brand?
I wanna expand into other metaverses. I'm in the process of doing that now. At nighttime, like maybe 1 or 2 a.m., I go to VR chat and I do the same thing I did here, which was socialize. I perform music over there. I'm starting to gain a little following over there. They ask about in my bio. I have I work full time in the meta because I this is my full time job. Um, so they always ask, "Oh, where are you? What are you talking about?" Tell them about Horizon. So I get people to come from there to Horizon, let them know that it's less of over there is way more trolly. Like you get a lot of more toxicity over
Mm-hmm.
there, so you got to cycle through all that. But I tell them the ones that are cool, I tell them to come over here because it's much more. The community is great over here. So I want to expand to different metaverses. I know she's great with Blender and stuff like that. I'm good with promotion and stuff like that. So I'm sure with us combined, we can drop worlds in different places and have people come.
That's fantastic to
said.
hear. What he said. I was gonna say, I don't know what what was missed in there with what you've already said and that, but I got to say that I'm excited to see what comes from the both of you. And while you're expanding to other metaverses, I would love to see more in Horizon, of course, because this is my home. But shout out to
Oh, this
y'all
is my
for
home
just
too, for sure.
expanding
Yeah.
and continuing to grow, because you never know. In another year or two, it might be all these technologies brought into Horizon, and all those resources and tools will be useful here. Tanless, welcome to the monk. Welcome. Comment or question?
Question. So, I just recently started getting into building. It was kind of an accident and shout out to my boy Unique and his girl Hot Love up there. They're the ones that got me into it because I accidentally stumbled into his world when I was like second day on Horizon. So we kind of became friends from that. But I guess my main question is, how do we keep up or try to get to a similar level as newer builders, as the people that are established? And like for me personally, it's not about like monetization or anything like that. I just want to, I guess, for myself and for other creators that I know that are in the same boat as me, like how do we get the recognition? Because I know like branding is one thing, spreading the word.
Consistency for sure, and then as well as being part and active in the community. I think the only reason Lit 22 was able to do anything was because every night I would get on here and I would just different worlds talking to different people every single night. I'm not saying that's how you have to do it, but I gained a lot of friends before I even opened my first world. Like I didn't go into build mode immediately like some people do. Some people are amazing builders; they're in build mode all day. So when they do drop a world, no one knows who they are or what their role consists of. So they go there for a little bit, but I think the curator is very important to any world. I get the compliment a lot. It's like every time I come to your world, June, you're in there. You're always greeting me. If they have questions, I answer them if I can. So it's all about just making sure you stay social with it too, because for me that's the most important thing. I'm blessed to the point where I can open up a blank world, put a flyer out, hey, we're having a blank world on the grid, and it'll probably fill up. So I think a very important key to it is just being down to earth, being a cool individual to talk to, and going to people's events and just being friendly with everybody, and treat people how you want to be treated, basically. Yeah.
Also, to jump off of that is your even bare minimum marketing. Just like opening up that separate Instagram account just for your VR. You don't have to like, oh, I'm putting out a flyer here or, doing all that. If your thing isn't about monetization, it's just like, hey, look at my work. Use that Instagram platform as your like internet version of a portfolio. So like every time you post a world, you're taking pictures of all the angles, all of the important elements that you want people to see within your world. Post that on Instagram. Follow everyone that has a Horizon picture. Follow everyone that says VR at the end of their Instagram name, everything, and just being interactive not only within Horizons but off of it as well, especially on Instagram, because that's where everyone is. I met multiple people through Instagram first before I even saw them in Horizons.
Sure. Yeah, that's one thing I just started actually was a page for that. So that's a good first step, I suppose. So yeah. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, I really can't stress both of y'all pointed out about community. Like when you are taking time to go to other people's events, when you go up to other people's worlds, just being yourself, being a genuine person, people will actually want to hang out with you and they'll want to come check your worlds out. And that's one easy way that you can get people to come just to whatever's going on. If you got an event system and you put an event out there for just an hour, just to invite people, but you don't want to blow people up with event invites all the time, because eventually people are going to stop wanting to come to your events. So you really want to be genuine about it. Put a flyer out if you got flyers. Just put a post out there on Instagram. Put it out on Facebook. We now got the Discord server. So there's plenty of places, the community group, where you can advertise what you got going on, and people actually want to consume stuff. They want to see these worlds. Because other worlds that are created that were popping 2-3 months ago, if you pull your menu up, they're empty, and it's because people moved on to other worlds, other creations, other projects, and there's nothing wrong with those worlds, but it really is the people in those worlds that make them what they are, but also that creative mind behind that world that found a way to bring people together in it, you really have that combination of things that people recognize and they want to just continue to keep coming to it. So there's no secret formula other than just being a host and being there to welcome your guests, give them the same courtesy that you would want them to give to you if they came to you, if you came to their world. Um, and I shout DB out all the time for this. He earned every one of those now 6,000 likes on DB Studio. Every time I went to his world, he was literally posted up in the corner. What's up, y'all? Make sure you like my world. Welcome. Shout out so and so. Appreciate you being here. Welcome you to the mixing board. Go ahead and put a song on. Go ahead in the booth if you ain't never been in there. Come on in. You know, all kind of welcoming things that he would say to people. And he earned every one of them likes. I couldn't believe it when he had 5,000 likes. I'd never heard of it. For being here as long as I have, and DB finding that recipe for 5,000 likes, he was the reason that he got all them likes. It wasn't anything about the world that people came in and said, "Oh, let me go ahead and like this right quick." Like, people came in and genuinely loved that world because of the fact that, one, you can go in there and you can freestyle and you can 100 beats, however many he had in there, but it was him. His presence really did it. So if you want to start somewhere, start like that. Welcome people to your world, answer questions. Have you had any worlds that you've kind of lived in? I know, Junior, you were in Lit 22 every time I went there. I love the fact that when I popped up at the top of that elevator, there was just like a couple people when I first walked in. And as we're having conversations, that elevator is just popping up with more and more people, and they're just loading into the place.
The first night
that
we
to
had
me was
open,
like, yeah.
The first night we had it open, I didn't expect it. I put out a small little post on Instagram, like showing the whole club, so no one even had to come. It was shown all on Instagram, and that night we had 4 instances of 30 people.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was like concurrent. We had 120, 130 concurrent people all the time. I was on my Facebook freaking out.
And did you like expect that to drop off next day? Like, you thought maybe it was a one-time thing, or did you just kind of expect to continue to go from there and stay popping the way it did?
I did expect it to have a fall off point at some time. That's why I made other worlds. I still didn't expect I will be throwing events there now, but people still enjoy the world when they come there. They know that when they come there, they're gonna have a good time. They know they can come there, be themselves, and not be judged for it, whatever they're into or whatever. And it's just a vibe in there. Like, we party, we hang out, we play artist music. If you're an artist and you underground artist, and you come in and you say, "Hey, I have a song, can you play it for me?" I'll play it for the whole club. I shout out people who come in. If you're a dope builder, dope scripter, so if people are there that are looking for these services, they know, hey, Junior just said that Super records stuff, and he's a great editor, so they'll go for Super for their next thing that they need. So it's a great experience in my opinion. So I still do events at Lit, but I'm working on different builds, apartment builds, and even games and even horror builds. They're just all like 75% done. Yeah.
So you got a lot in your drafts right now, like the rest of us, is what you're saying.
Yeah, a ton.
So your brand that you put together for yourself, that's the June brand. That's what you're putting all your worlds under. Now, when Lit took off, did you ever consider making Lit your brand? Because I remember we were in, I think it was Ask Your Q, Speak Your Truth, and it might have been Hardy who said that, you should put Lit as your brand. You should have everything under Lit. Now, did you ever consider making your brand Lit, or was it just the fact that you wanted your name on it? Like, what was that thought process?
No, I considered it, but with a brand name like Lit, it's like everything at that point is like everything would have to be lit, and I like to get lit, but I'm also like I'm a chill guy. A lot of my worlds are, you get the club, you go to a different world, you get a lo-fi chill spot where it's like you can come in there and just relax if you wanted to. So it's like I like to calm down and relax as well. I'm not just like party 24/7. So that's why I didn't do Lit, and I just did because I do assets, world builds, and my logo's everywhere. So like, people know me, have come up to me. People have freaked out because they met me. It's like like they really do treat you like a star. It's pretty wild, yeah.
It's funny to say that about people freaking out when they see you and treating you like a star. Have you gotten used to it, or is it still surprising when somebody runs up
It's still
on you and you're just
surprising.
like, "Oh my God,
It's
Junior!"
still surprising. It's the same thing every time. It's like what? Like I had the person's here. I'm not gonna say who it was, but I had a person during one of my events, and I come downstairs and they're like, there he is, and I'm like, there who is? Are they talking about me? And then
You
they
think he was
run
gonna get
away
jumped?
like giggling. They run away giggling, like freaking out. They're like, oh, I'm sorry, June. She just really likes you. She's a fangirl. I'm like, I have like I have fangirls? Like what? Since when? You know what I mean? So it really is crazy. Like it's crazy.
Before we get to Soup's question, I know he's itching to give another sound bite for the stream, but as far as in the metaverse, now I mentioned it early on in the stream or in the show about people in here actually amplified from who they are in the real world, whether it's their success or their creativity, but they're still the same person on the inside as they project outward. Are you in the real world as successful, as popular, as lit, or is it more chill and in here people are just recognizing you like you're a celebrity from
Yeah.
just your things you're doing in here? Like what's that
So
contrast between real world and
so in real life, I'm very. I even used to tell people I don't like people. Like not that I don't I don't like socializing that much. I thought I didn't, and then I come in here and it's like a whole nother ball game. It's like it's going crazy. Like of course I do like whenever I'm partying with like parties I do get lit of course, but in here it's amplified. So yeah, basically it's just I'm way more outgoing in here than I am in the physical, but I still am as humble and friendly and all that stuff as you may think that I am now. So.
what about you, Angel? Because even your reels, I mean, you a superstar. So I mean, where's the contrast, real world before you get to the social media, and then the metaverse? Like, are the three different yous? Is it all the same, or do you just kind of have the humble chill at home, but then you come in here and you just you just explode on the canvas of your creativity? Like, what contrast real life in here?
I would say on terms of like the art aspect, that's gonna be the same whether I'm in here or in physical world. Like I'm always like itching to have some type of art utensil in my hand, whether it be a paintbrush, the Apple pencil, whatever. I'm always gonna try and do art some way, somehow. In terms of the social aspect, I am kind of more like June, where it's just like in the real life world, I would like to socialize, and I'd love to be one of those people that come into the party and introduce themselves to everybody and all that. But really, I am definitely a permanent wallflower. I don't go to parties, don't do any of that. The time you'll see me in a social setting, if it's because of something surrounding art, like an art opening, art gallery, or something like that. Um, in terms of like internet persona, that is a little bit more heightened on social setting as well, because it's like I don't have to physically see anybody while I'm doing TikTok dances, little skits or whatever. It's just like it's just me in front of my little vanity, putting on my makeup, costume, whatever it is, and it's just another form of art for me. Even doing that persona of like the dancing, the little cosplays, everything, all of that is just another marketing strategy of who I am, creative aspect. And then real life is just like, hi, kind of thing until I am comfortable with you.
So, Junior, how long before you start remixing them reels and start duetting them TikToks so we can see you both in the same one?
Oh man, I've never made a TikTok. I've never made a TikTok.
Oh no, we got to get him on there. We got to get him on there.
I can help you with that.
Soup, there's my segue. Soup, what you got, man?
So this is another comment from chat. It's probably for someone you guys know very well, from Biggie Pauls.
Woo.
Hey, Biggie, shout him out.
First, Biggie Paul says he enjoys the show, so shout out to Oculos410 for doing this. And then he also states that he's happy to witness this powerhouse couple that has grown from the very beginning. So he just want to give you guys your praise.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Shout out to Biggie. He taught me a lot too. Yeah, he taught me a lot too. And he was one of the first people I hung out with in Horizon. Yeah.
have you worked with Biggie in anything before, or has he been in any of your worlds working with y'all? Or
We started something, but it never came through to never finished. But maybe we can get that going again, Biggie. I don't know if you're there, but we can talk about it. It was a house. I can't say exactly what it was, but it was a house. Remember, we had a
Right.
project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So shout out Biggie, appreciate you. I actually I went into Biggie's what was it, the Scarface house, and it was the first world that he invited me to, and he's like, Oculos, what do you think? And I was like, what? He's like, Oculos, what do you think? I was like, I can't hear you over this music. It is so loud. And he's like, what? And I was like, bro, I think you already know. So he messaged me and he was like, hey, thanks for that advice, because I wasn't sure if the music was too loud or not. But I was just laughing because everybody in there was screaming at each other. And it was just kind of early on when people were putting music in their worlds. It was like, is this too loud? Like, can you hear me? Like, nobody is actually talking. They're just screaming at each other, trying to hear each other over the music. And that was my first experience with Biggie. So shout out Biggie Pauls. Love you, dude. I haven't seen you in a while, so please come back through. Would love to have you up here on the stage sometime. So the stream that we have going, not only on Super AF, really appreciate you throwing your stream up here, Super, showing that support. But we also got MetaMasters VR. I don't know if they're live streaming or just recording. So shout out MetaMasters. Appreciate y'all being here. And of course, the Vidu Nights channel. I at least want to take a moment to shout out Vidu, shout out Lakes 05. A little bit of confetti room for everything that Lakes has been doing for the community. Have y'all thought about doing any community initiatives? I know you were talking about what Yoda's comment about helping and supporting kids who want to get in here creating, but have y'all thought about doing any kind of like community initiatives or learning sessions or teaching or building sessions, like anything that y'all are interested in that you kind of want to share?
We haven't posted any like we're trying to make a community thing, but all the time I'm always posting like, hey, I'm in build mode. Like if you want to come through and like learn something or teach me something, because you can always learn something from anybody, no matter how long they've been in the software or whatever. But just going along with people and just having one-on-one sessions of just building together has been like the most that we've done. I haven't even thought of like making a world strictly towards that. I don't know about you.
I've had people come to me for help. I used to go to people for help, and it's funny because I used to ask for help for something like how to set up a trigger to make something go global, and then I have people coming to me and I'm going to their world teaching them how to do it now. It's a really good feeling of learning and stuff like that. And then most of my assets are actually free, so most of them are free, especially if I use Vidu's body for it.
Script,
his script. Yeah.
Now, I was gonna say, now you do have assets. I don't know how many worlds you have that are assets, but are you now using the asset library instead of worlds? That's why you haven't made any new asset worlds, or have you transitioned away from giving away assets?
So I definitely use just the asset tool, but I am gonna work on a new world. I'm working on a whole new line of assets right now. Like I have the phone asset that I use from Vidu's, but now I have Shinzi. Shout out Shinzi. He's a really dope scripter. He's gonna help me work on some new uses for the phone, which should be pretty dope. So I just want to upgrade all the assets I have now to like 2.0 versions, and then come out with newer ones as well.
Yeah, so you made that cell phone, right? I think you were the first person I've seen, one of the first that made that cell phone asset.
Yeah,
I love it. I don't know what it was. I was obsessed with it. Like when I seen it and you were posting it, I was like, man, I want to make that. And I thought about it, and I was like, I'm not gonna make that because it's not gonna be as good. Like maybe I can get Junior to add me up as a collaborator. But I love seeing other people's creativity in here, because like things that I try to create, I have my own limitations of what I can do or what I take time to do. But I just love seeing how far like the AirPods or the headphones that you made,
Pods, yeah,
like your June Pods. Like I just love seeing that creativity. Like even if 5 other people make headphones that have music in them, or AirPods or wireless earbuds, I just love to see the differences in what people make. So Angel, on the creative side, have you seen people that kind of have a similar style to you, or do you kind of wonder if they're inspired by your work or if it's a copy? Like what's that extent of what you've seen other people create based on what you've been creating in here? And then we'll get to Sue.
I haven't really seen anybody I hope this doesn't sound cocky, but I haven't really seen anybody like do anything similar to what I've done, unless it's something that's already been existing, like when I did Krusty Krab or any of the SpongeBob houses or Courage the Cowardly Dog. Like seeing anybody else do cartoon worlds, it's never going to be like a, oh yeah, I started cartoons or anything like that, because cartoons already existed. So it just, like, whenever I see any work, even if I've seen similar worlds and everything, it's always just been like, wow, this is whatever their username name is, this is your original. Like, even if I've seen someone do the same exact type table or whatever, I'm like, but this is your work. So it's never been like, oh, I've seen this and that. It's just like everything is always going to be similar because we all have the same shapes. So I've never
A
looked
lot of
at
people have the
somebody's
same
work.
ideas too. A lot of people have the same ideas. Don't
That as
forget
well. I've never seen anybody who could be as close to me saying, oh, this is something that I also have in my world. It's never been like, oh, they got it from me. It's just going to be like, great minds think alike. You know, it's always been like that.
And the reason I asked that is because, like, the microphone right there that Super's in front of, that's the Vidu mic. And I've seen so many worlds where that Vidu mic has been in. And before Asset Library and during the peak of the Essentials bundle, there were pieces of that Essential bundle that you could find everywhere. And that microphone is like a staple in a lot of worlds. Now, it's a little bit different with artistic expression because you kind of, regardless of everybody having those 15 shapes, you really do have your own way of putting together the imagery, whether it's creating the art pieces from the certain shapes and they're all one color, or you make it a colorful palette of things. Have you seen people that you're inspired by in here that are making art pieces? I know we already shouted out Sadie Chan for that Aaliyah piece. I mean, shout you out again. But anybody in here that's inspiring you to create differently or create more?
Yeah, of course, definitely Sadie Chan. Golden Hand is another one. Matt Lowe and Leo the Architect, in terms of just like structure builds, it's just been like mind blowing. I have always gone into Leo and Golden Hand's builds and just been like looking real closely at like very tiny details and be like, I see another use for a pyramid. Like it's always like I'm always learning. It's amazing. It's not even like people who are even new. It's just like seeing them and seeing how they flourish and just been like, oh wow, I never even thought of that. You know, everybody has always been an inspiration, no matter what world I've been in, no matter how new they are. I can always take something from someone.
I'm so glad you said that, because the kind of purpose behind that question was a little bit of a setup for everybody here. Regardless of how long you've been creating, how long you've been in this, Horizon Worlds, you can still find inspiration from people who are new, people who've been in here forever building. It's just taking the time to observe their work and take a little bit from what they're doing. It doesn't have to be a carbon copy of what they're doing in your world and saying, I took that inspiration, so I copied it. It could just be how they're using these shapes and these different textures and the different ways that they're using lighting. Like, those are things that you should definitely take inspiration from and put it in your world, because it's going to only enhance it. Super. Speaking of taking a little time to shout out your channel, and then what's your question?
So I have a question and I also have a comment from chat. So
wow.
I'll start with the comment from chat. Spades Gaming Channel. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Spades Gaming Channel says, have you guys worked with any of the top builders and scripters like Unique or like JCB by Gregory, Sandwich Waffle, Black Hatter, Danica, or HoloLens? Wow. And also, love June and Angel. My podcast loves their worlds.
Look at Joe.
Thank you for that. I will say, I thought I saw him in here earlier. Oh, there he is. Michael Gregory is actually the first person to do a collaboration with me. If any of you guys know the Color Factory Palace, the selfie taking world with all the different floors and colors, I went into there. I had no scripting experience, none at all. And Michael Gregory was the one that kind of put me on a platform by bringing a bunch of people into my trash first world. So I came to him and I was just like, hey, I need help. Like, I don't know how to make an elevator. I don't know the scripting stuff. Like, please help me, and I love your work and fangirling, all that stuff. And he was just very chill about it. He was just like, oh, you're just a regular human just like me. I'm not famous. Like, let me just help you. He was just like showing me, and there was like stuff that we were learning at the same time. There was like he was pulling out scripts. It was like, I've never even worked with this, but let's figure it out together. Let's just do this. And without him, I wouldn't even have had the color factory the way it's interactive now. You guys would have been just going down a long hallway, and instead you guys can go to different floors because of Michael Gregory. So for sure, definitely have to give you your flowers for that, because you definitely helped me move on up.
All right. And then I have a second part too. So this one is more of just asking for your guys' assistance. So I'm actually going to be working with Smile Honey Child in the fall in a 2-part to her youth program. So she's going to have the kids come in to learn how to script and build. And I'm creating a new program called Kid Scripts. Shout out to Mama Bree for volunteering her time to teach a class. Shout out to Michael Gregory for volunteering his time as well. But I would like to expand that to the building side of things too. And I would like to know if you guys would be a part of it.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I would love to teach building. As I've already said, yeah, I'm for sure with it.
Awesome. All right. That was my question.
I love it. Soup, you should hang on to that question every week, because since they on 3 live streams and the stage in front of everybody, if they say, "Nah, I'm not helping them kids out," I really want somebody to say it. So. Let's get them on 5 different in 4Ks straight up on the Metaverse Live.
Make a whole remix of it. Make a song.
I'm not about them kids right now. But I mean, I'm glad that he asked y'all, because it is important. You know, the new creators coming in. There was only a very few younger creators who were interested in scripting, and one of them actually had their account removed, their worlds were deleted, and it was just a huge thing for the fact that somebody underage was in here and they got discovered and their account was wiped because of the fact, just because of their age. And it really, the community stood up for him and said, you know, he's not only an amazing, talented scripter, but he's a creative mind, and the creativity that he brings is impacting other, you know, of age builders and scripters in here that they've been, you know, doing things out in the real world prior to Horizon for decades. And this younger creator is really making them think about different ways of doing things. And it was because the community standing up for just one person to say, we really don't want you to discriminate just because of their age. They're really contributing to what is being built right now during the beta. And so we really need to be able to stand up for these younger creators and create platforms like Smile Honey Child's doing, and like Super's helping out with the kid scripts and the things that y'all are talking about, and Yoda. Like, all of these programs are essential, because if you don't offer these opportunities to these younger creators, you may be missing out on somebody that might take this to a whole nother level just because they weren't old enough to be involved at the time. Soup, you're back with another question, but you're on mute. What's up?
Yeah, so comment from chat. So before I start, I want to give a shout out to Yoda, because I actually talked to Yoda before coming up with this, and he's the one that inspired me to create this kid script idea. So that's who I want to give a big shout out to, Yoda. And then also, I got a comment from chat. We have Taylor and Smokey. They said, love June and Angel, hands down my favorite duo.
Yay!
Thank you.
Soup, I need your fans to hop on the Vid Unites page and leave some comments. So if you're watching on this stream, head on over to... No, I'm just kidding. I'm glad that you're getting...
Shout it out, Oculus. Let them know where to go.
No. I'm a fan of your stream. We're only doing it on the Vid Unite stream as a courtesy, because we really want people to be able to see and watch this back later on, because there are a lot of gems that people on this stage are dropping, and I really want people to be able to see them. So you don't have to watch a 3-hour live stream if you don't want to, but there's people that actually have come and told me, I sat and I watched it, like the Wafflecopter stream. Who else would you want to sit for 3.5-4 hours other than Wafflecopters and watch and listen to all of the knowledge that he wants to drop? He was just recently on Ask Your Q, Speak Your Truth, and doing the same thing, giving it away for free, everybody who wants to listen. And one of his biggest messages is, I will spend the time to teach someone if they're going to be someone who's going to teach somebody else. He loves teaching people who teach others because that's the best way to be able to share that information. If you try to one-on-one with everybody in the community, it's only going to go so far. But if we share this knowledge with others and they share it with others, it continues to just spread and grow. So please, anything that you know, if you can, share that knowledge, share that opportunity with other people, because you never know, they might be able to help you out in the future. As far as people who've influenced you in here, are there any creators that kind of influenced you to get started creating? I want to start with Angel first in the art space. I know you published the art exhibit, Better World Museum. Was Paige one of the first people that you kind of connected with on an artistic level for like a more of a bigger art platform, or who inspired you to create in here, and talk about that leading up to connecting with Paige and Better World Museum?
So yeah, it would definitely was Paige. Like I said, Danica and Michael Gregory, they had people talk about me to, put me on just a good enough platform for me even to connect with Paige. So when she found me, she was just like, let's do art. And I was just like, that's what I'm here for. Let's get into it. And she brought up the museum, and like I had the idea of what I wanted to do with it immediately. And I just immediately pushed that out, and then everything blew up from there. But without that conversation with Paige and her understanding, like, I see you, like I understand, like I see your, Krusty Krab build and all these like little builds, but I can understand that there's something that you really want to push out, that you feel that you're really big for. And I was just like, yeah, I really want to push out some like emotional art. Like I want to push out some feelings, not just like a, oh, dope world, kind of thing. And without her, it was just like it had just been apartments and clubs and stuff like that, instead of like pieces, like actual art pieces. So definitely shout out to Paige Dansinger. She is an amazing woman, very, very all about the community, and she's just mind blowing.
Yeah, Paige, if you have yet to connect with Better World Museum or Paige Dansinger, Women in Horizon, I mean, there's no one in here that I can think of off the top of my head who's been so dedicated to just giving back and to giving more than ever asking for in return. She would actually host dinner parties in here for just events to celebrate people. And I met a lot of people at the Thanksgiving dinner party, and without going into anybody's personal business, the Thanksgiving dinner party she really wanted to host to give back to people who just didn't have somebody to spend Thanksgiving with, or didn't have a family to connect with on Thanksgiving, or even if you didn't have a meal on Thanksgiving, and really wanted to bring people in just so that way they could feel like they were a part of a family or a part of something on Thanksgiving Day. And I had to be there. Like I was just so drawn to the energy that Paige was giving to other people for no reason other than just because it made her feel good about being able to give back. And I met people like Unemployed Alcoholic. I met a lot of other creative builders that I've only met maybe a few times, just in passing at those dinner parties. And the conversations that are had are really genuine. Like these people really want to just help. Have you had anyone that's really just reached out and kind of mentored you along the way, other than Paige and Junior? You can answer this one. Anybody else that you have had in here inspire you or mentor you?
Herbert for sure, because he got me. He's the one who gave me the courage to do what I want to do in terms of my music, and telling me that was really good and I need to continue with that. And then Parzival, for Lit 22, when I went for him with the idea, he didn't even want to charge me for it. A full build, he didn't want to charge me at all, and he also let me give him what I could at the time, in terms of payment. Like I still tell him like, yo, that was like a $3,000 build, and he was willing to give that to me for free. So wow. Parzival, and he still gives me his assets. He gives assets to me all the time to use in my worlds, because he knows I'm still learning how to build. So definitely Parzival, man. He's a big help. His realism and his worlds I love. That's the type of worlds I like. And he needs to be. I think that he needs to be known more for his work. He has some amazing work.
Yeah, Herbert, amazing person. Parzival, amazing. I mean, all of these people that have been mentioned up on this stage, their names are being mentioned for a reason. It's not because they put themselves out there. It's not because they branded themselves well. It's the people who they really are is what really sets them apart from other people. If you are a creator and you want to be known in the metaverse, you want to be known in Horizon Worlds, you don't have to call yourself the top builder. You don't have to tell people that you're amazing. All you have to do is just build, connect, share, and just be a part of this whole thing. And people will shout you out because of who you are. I learned about Leo the Architect just because of the Times Square world. And it wasn't even about like the whole Metacore situation. It was the world itself stood for itself. And what I heard, he actually went and he found the drawings to get the scale of the world to build it. Like that's something that a lot of people probably wouldn't even think to do because you just want to build something and you want to look close or you want to detail it and move on. But I got to shout out Leo for just going that extra mile on his build because he wanted to put all of that effort into making it something special. And you could probably go there 10 years from now and it'll still be relevant. It'll still look good and it'll still be something that can still be enjoyed in here just because of the effort and the time he put in there. So shout you out, Leo. I want to talk about outside of Horizon because you mentioned you wanting to learn in other metaverses. Now, are both of you making money in here? If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I know you said you were, but you kind of mentioned you were making money in here.
I am.
So if you find that you're not making money elsewhere, or maybe it is you're making money, is there anything that would keep you in Horizon aside from the money that you enjoy here better than other metaverses?
For me, even when I got in, like I knew there was a money potential, but it's never been for the money. If it was, I would be selling my assets for $100 a pop, and be sitting on a bunch of money right now because people come to me trying to buy assets, and most of the time I give it away depending on the asset it is. So I don't think nothing can take me away from this metaverse. The community here, the people I've connected with. If they're still here, I'm still here. Yeah.
How about you,
What
Angel?
you said. It's really about the people, like just coming in here and just like you have your real life physical world friends, or maybe you don't. I don't really have physical life friends and stuff like that. But you come in here and you get that acceptance. You get your friends are already in worlds waiting for you and be like, oh, there she is. Your seat's right here. Got it warmed up. It's like it's about coming in here and being with that second family. So unless everyone else was also gone off this platform, we're still going to be here going strong.
I love it. The fact that it's the people that y'all are really gravitating to. I try to tell people, and I'm sure y'all go through this as well. Have you tried to get your friends in the real world in here and they just don't get it?
Yeah.
Like, have you had an experience, whether good or bad, you could share?
I'm always telling my coworkers, because they'll see me coming into work and I'm like, I got the bags under my eyes, I'm tired, I'm falling asleep during reading time, and they're just like, what's going on? But like, oh man, Horizon was crazy last night. I was at this club lit and it was just like, you were what? You were doing, huh? I was just like, you just get the headset and I'll show you everything from there. And they're just like, I'm not gonna pay all this money. I'm like, but you're gonna buy a PS5 and miss out on business opportunities and all that. It's the same exact price of buying the headset and actually being able to make that money back. So it's just like, just get it. But they don't understand. They'll never understand until they actually get it and see it for themselves.
Yeah, and like at least over 5 people said buy Oculuses, and some of them stood, some of them don't. But usually they say they had a good time. At least that night that they were on, they had a great time. But some of them just can't do with the motion sickness of it, or they're too busy in general, or they don't see the value in it, like I see it or we see it or whoever is grinding to make this a career sees it.
How many of y'all out there struggling to get people in the real world to understand what this is or get them in here? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like just telling somebody, yeah, I put this toaster on my face, I go traveling with no legs, and I hang out in a club where a bot plays music for us and we just throw confetti. And you're just like, that sounds crazy. Never mind. But it's real. Like, I don't know. Alloy, I see you over there circling and leaning. What you got? Welcome.
Man, what's up, guys? I'm circling and leaning. Shout out to the controllers,
Oh,
anyways,
yeah, I'll put that box special for you so you can't drift out of it.
Appreciate it. So, so I just wanted to, shout out my people. You guys have been like a huge inspiration to me from, since you guys started. You guys are just amazing creators and people. Shout out to y'all. I ain't know y'all were on today. I just wanted to come here, show some love. I don't know if anybody knows, I was crippled for about 3 months, Shout out to Angel for actually physically bringing me her controllers when she got a new Oculus. Like, these are actually her arms, and I broke these too, so... shout out to you. Love you guys.
Love you too.
Love you.
You had my
That's all I wanted to say.
you had my brain through this like roller coaster. You're like, I don't know if y'all knew this, but I used to be crippled, and then Angel came to my rescue and gave me her controllers, and I'm like, like,
oh, right, yeah, a lot of back. You know what I'm saying? Keep the story, keep the show entertaining. You feel me? Not like it's not. It's the best show in the metaverse, in my opinion. I love this show. Anyways, shout out to you.
Thank you so much. I mean,
I meant that for real.
I'll send you that Venmo. I promised you for saying it. No, but I really do appreciate.
I told her
that.
to say that. I told her to say that.
People... I'm not Venmoing nobody else if y'all say that. No, but in all seriousness, like when I did this before the beta opened up, we were doing it as just a live stream, and we had a couple of like milestone things happening, like the launcher competition had ended. We had a world that was created that was what was it, all you need to know about LGBTQ plus and allies, and we really wanted to highlight something special for each one of these shows. But so early on there was nobody in here, so there was no audience, and I wanted to revitalize this and bring it back for the people that want to come up here and they want to learn from these amazing creators, and they want to ask questions and give them a platform to be able to say, I've been watching y'all, I've been seeing y'all move, can you give me some advice because I'm struggling on this, or give you your flowers because y'all been doing it. So really, I just got to shout out each and every one of y'all who came and showed up, and that's why I do these surprise guests. It's not because I really want y'all to come out here because Junior going to be on the stage tonight. We got to show out for Junior. I want y'all to just show out for whoever the guests are. I want y'all to support the community. So whenever I do these shows, and I got to give Jay Dunn a little credit because he did the Who's That Pokemon for Who's That Next Guest, and I appreciate his graphic that he did. But it really is every Sunday going to be a surprise guest. I really want y'all to experience not only whoever's out here in the audience that got something to say that's really worthwhile, that's going to help you, whether it's in your builds, in your personal life even, but also that special guest that I want y'all to be able to meet and hear some great tips and advice from. So as far as great tips and advice, Angel, for people coming in here, you already had one question, like if I get started building, which you already know it's when they get started building. Do you have any advice for new people coming in here to either connect with people or get started building? Like just any general advice. What would you say to somebody new who just came in, met you in your world for the first time and just said, what would you recommend I do to get started? What would you say to them?
I say this to like almost every interview, podcast, anything that I've been on. Stay in that, and I know it's a little cringy and PTSD for you, but stay in that tutorial world for a whole 24 hours and just test every single tool out, even if it's something that you'll realize I'm probably not going to use this too much. Make sure that when it's time to use it, you know how to use it and you know how to perfect it. Just like everything gets exhausted to the point where like you're building and you're automatically hitting duplicate, you're automatically hitting array mode, you're automatically dropping down sounds, plugging in code blocks, everything, and it's just like your body becomes a machine at a certain point where it's just like you're having conversation with somebody in your party and you're just like doing 10,000 things at once just because it's already become a normal thing for you to do. So get into that creative mode and just just stay in there and just get used to everything.
I love it. And when you have people working with you and you bring them into build mode, are you still doing that? Are you still doing those one-on-ones with people, or is it more just creating and kind of moving through it?
It's a bit of both. So I'll have people come in and like I'll build, they'll watch, they'll ask questions, and then there are moments where like we're doing collaborative things and they're like, oh, what do you want me to do? And that part I'm like really terrible at in terms of being a lead person in things. So I'll just be like, oh, you got it. I know your skill will tell you what to do. So it's like, you go ahead and do what you got to do. And like, Junior has seen it where people are like, they'll come in and like ask me questions. I'll be like, yeah, so then you have to, I'm like one of those Instagram posts where it's like, step 1, basic circle. Then you got your little
Mm-hmm.
guidelines, and the third picture is fully detailed, and that's me. So it's just like I'm like, and then you got to do this, and it's like, and then do what? And I'm already like 5 steps in. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta like backtrack and everything. But when I know people are really good at visually learning and not so much just hearing me, but they're seeing and they're doing their own, they're doing exactly what I'm doing hands on, they'll definitely
Mm-hmm.
figure it out a lot faster with me that way.
That's what's up. And Junior, how about you? Any advice somebody came in, like our guest who said, if I get start building, what would you say somebody comes up to you in your world and just says, how do I make this? I know you said you commissioned your first world, but where you are now, what would you tell somebody? Buy a world, build a world,
I would
collaborate.
definitely say if I could go back, I'm grateful for being able to commission that world, but to definitely take the time and learn how to build. It's more scary than it looks more scary than it is. Like when you see all the tools and everything and all the shapes, you're like, how am I gonna get this from this? But if you sit there and take your time with it, use the tools given to you, you stay consistent. Even if your first build doesn't look good, like you got to start somewhere. Like I've seen people that their first build looks like, no offense, like you can. How am I supposed to pee in this urinal if it's this small? But now her builds
Okay.
are crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you gotta trust the process. That's I tell people all the time is just trusting the process. Believing in yourself is key, and you're your biggest critic. I'm my biggest critic in my opinion. So, just keep doing it, keep practicing. The more you do it, the better you'll get. And don't be afraid to ask for help. There's a lot of really dope creators that you might be scared to ask for help because like, oh, they're gonna charge me for their time. Some of them don't. If it's just as long as you're not asking them to just hey give me this or do this. If you're like, hey, teach me how to do this, they'll most likely help you for free. So that's some big tips I would give you. And again, just treat people how you want to be treated. You want people to come to your builds, go to their builds, and stop. People need to stop with the whole hating on people for maybe having more experience or just being generally better than them at building or scripting or whatever it is, because we have the same tools as y'all. You can learn it.
Oh, there's a couple of things that I want to unpack. One being first, the positive, the reaching out to other creators. If you just want to get help, it's okay to ask for help. But if you connect with somebody and, talk about what it is that you're building and you really actually build that relationship with them, a lot of times you'll find an amazing creator that might be charging upwards of $100, $200, $300 an hour for their talents that they just really want to spend time helping you, teaching you. And it's more valuable than just saying, write this script for me, build this thing for me. You actually get to meet, connect, and now you got somebody that you can rely on down the road to say, hey, you know what, I got a build that I'm going to work on, or even better, I got work that's coming this way and I could really use your talents. Would you be interested in, working on this? Like there's so many opportunities. It's so early on and people are still thinking that they're late to the game. It's so early. Please just connect with people. Super. I'm sure your chat is blowing up. Mine went to sleep 2 hours ago. Actually deleted their message. So, so Soup, what your chat got going on?
All right. So this one is from someone you guys may all know, Last Girl on Earth.
Hey.
She says,
Shout out, Last Girl.
What does the future look like for the metaverse?
Ooh, that's a big one. The future for the metaverse is literally so much to unpack with just one question. There's so many things going on, whether it's in the art aspect world, the business world, everything is coming in here. People are bringing in their whole brick and mortar stores into the metaverse. There's people going out and doing music without having to, show their personal face and just be metaverse artists. There's a lot of people who are just don't want to indulge in that physical world social aspect or have to deal with going to the corner store to get a sandwich and people are storming you up and like, oh my god, you're famous. You can still live that reality life and then still get your fame and your flowers when you go into this new universe and everything. So along with that, there's still even more things that even I'm not even knowledgeable with in terms of like integrating other tech things with it, like doing the NFTs and doing musical performance and the crypto retail or whatever it's called. It's just like there's so much coming, and there's so much that they're not even telling us yet that's going to be out with the metaverse. So like it's a long running train.
Yeah,
It's an exciting future.
That's what I would say too.
Yeah, there's so much coming. I mean, if you think about 2 years ago, these headsets, people were playing Beat Saber, playing escape rooms, doing the roller coasters, going to VR chat, going to Rec Room, and everybody was content. And then Horizon came along, and then came out the beta, and then they just been releasing back to back for the last 2 months all these new tools. And just in the brief last few months since the NBA lane and the Post Malone and the After Party, just seeing all the new technology that they're putting in these worlds that I'm excited to get. If I could put a screen in my world, if I could put pictures in my world, textures. I saw a post the other day, and it was in the Checkmark group. If you're not familiar, Horizon Worlds community with the Checkmark? Somebody had posted the Ryu hotel in Spain that's in alt space, and the promotional video was gorgeous. So of course, my curiosity, I had to go check it out. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, I'm going to alt space. I've been here before. How is it possible that this video is showing off these amazing sights, these mind-blowing effects and interactivities? And I get in there and I inspect the whole world, and I realize we're not very far away. Rather than having these blue couches with the wood grain, they got gold textures, and they got all of these. I mean, textures, first of all, if we get textures, that's going to step us up to a whole nother level. Because rather than just having this dark sky with punctuation stars, in alt space, they have a texture where you can create a panoramic view of an entire city. And that's what they show in the beginning of that video, is that zoom in, like the drone coming into the top of the hotel, and it's just a panoramic picture. I'm like, okay, not a big deal. And then I'm looking at the concierge when you walk in, and they show the video, and it's like, welcome to the hotel. And I'm like, dang, they got an actual person in the hotel, but it's just a cardboard cutout. And if you just turn literally, like I'm looking at it, if I cut just this way, this much, you can see it's a hologram. And it's basically just a cutout of a looping video. And I'm thinking to myself, AltSpace has all of this stuff that people are blowing their minds over. All it takes is just getting one more feature, textures, video, pictures, and we're going to be right there already. What would be the first thing you would do in one of your new worlds if you had access to all these other things like video and websites and clickable links and the things that AltSpace has now that Horizon is definitely going to have one day? What would be the first thing you would do with all them tools?
YouTube on all my screens. YouTube on every single screen. Go back to every single world.
Every
YouTube,
world
YouTube,
have a
YouTube.
TV.
Everyone gets YouTube.
That long, and just as you were saying with textures, that would be my main thing. Many people that know my worlds know that I am obsessed with using the text tool as like the only way that I can get a different type of texture within a world, and like making it a little bit more 3D. So to have like an actual tuft of a pillow or feathers and everything, I'm a very sensual, sensory person. So it's just like being able to see like this feather tool or a feather chandelier, and even though I'm not really touching it, I get the phantom touch of like, oh wow, look at this feather material and stuff like that. So definitely playing with textures, and like Junior said, having a TV in every single world.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be like the thing when we get access to YouTube. You're gonna go to the plaza and they're gonna have YouTube. You're gonna go to Arena Clash and they're gonna have YouTube. It's gonna be every world gonna have a YouTube screen in it. So please, y'all, let's get some variety. At least go ahead and put on another website on your TV, on your web browser if you got access to it, because everybody's gonna have the same exact thing, and we definitely got to find ways to remix that and make it our own and make it unique. Junior, aside from the YouTube, I mean, is there anything else that you think that, if we had it in Horizon, would you add it to your world? And do you think it's realistic if they were to add it?
I think it would be dope to have how you can stream your computer screens. And how you can do that on workrooms. If we had the ability to do that, that would be really, really cool. Like, especially not even in terms of entertainment, but in terms of business and what you do in workrooms, like showing each other screens so you can show out this PowerPoint presentation you have for an idea you want to pitch or whatever it may be. So I think it would be dope to have that for sure.
That's
I think
a
we
really
need that.
great answer.
Yeah.
I said a few months ago that Horizon Worlds, Horizon Venues, and Horizon Workrooms, in order for it to get to that point from the Facebook Connect last year, all three of them got to integrate into one. And we already know it's possible because we got venues. Venues is here now, and venues is successful. I mean, I would never step foot in venues before it came into Horizon Worlds because every time I went in there, it was just so toxic. I don't know what it was. Like people were just being disrespectful. They were running around like taking pictures underneath the avatars and just constantly like screaming on you or cursing at you. And I was just like, I don't want that environment. Like I don't know why it's so different from here in Worlds. And since it's come in from venues now into Horizon Worlds, it's actually not that same environment. And I love the fact that this community continues to stay consistent with being welcoming and being, fun to actually interact with. Have you had any experience in venues since it's moved in here compared to venues beforehand? Have y'all been in the new one? And did you go into the old one?
Yeah, I came to Horizon Worlds before even knowing about venues as a separate thing.
Same.
But when I did go into venues, it was just a lot of people just kind of crowded in the same like plaza like area, and they were all just like you said, taking pictures, screaming, yelling because somebody has the same outfit. It was really weird. But I did come to an understanding that they don't have anywhere to go. They don't have that place or that world where it's just like, oh, this is where I find my people. So it's just a bunch of people. It's like a bunch of different cliques all mashed up into one, and they're not really getting the whole Breakfast Club vibe. They're just getting more of a purge vibe. Whereas you come into Horizon Worlds, it's like this is a community. This is the criteria that we're doing and we're giving out, and hoping that you would participate in that same aspect. And even if you're like a troller or whatever, they still have worlds for you to go do that. So if you want to, troll and be toxic, you can take all that over there so that the people that just want to be peaceful and creative can stick to their own lane and you can stick to your own lane. Whereas venues was just everybody merged in. So it was a lot more complicated. I think that's the only reason why it's been a difference and a shift change when they brought venues into Horizon Worlds.
And plus, with the old venues, you couldn't invite people to the venue you were watching.
It was
which really
random.
disconnected you from your own community or your own friends. I remember it wasn't Foo Fighters, but there was something before that. We were going to venues to watch it, and we were struggling. Like we would constantly just keep going into the event just to see if we would end up in the same event space, and we couldn't. It just never worked. And I love now that you have the opportunity to invite people to the event space. Post Malone, I mean, there was thousands of people that were trying to get in. I think it was at 10,000 at its peak, probably above that after I actually got in, was able to see it. But did y'all get a chance to check out Post Malone, or did
I
you go
tried.
to After Party World yet?
It was black screen for me the whole time. I did check out the After Party World when no one was in it, but I couldn't see the event. It was blacked out for me for the longest. People told me that after a while it finally worked out, but for me it didn't work. So
I already knew what was up. I knew the servers were going to be crazy. I just stayed in build mode. I didn't even try.
So your expectation was I'll catch it. I'll catch the replay.
Right.
Yeah. Now I know the Foo Fighters event was the last one in the old venues, and that one people said they just never got into it. It just either didn't load or screen never came up. But with Post Malone, I think the last 15 minutes actually did pop up for most people. And the good part was they actually took the entire album concert and they put that on a screen in the After Party World. So if y'all haven't checked out the After Party World and you haven't been to the Post Malone 12 karat toothache VR experience, just go to the After Party World. It's an actual like hangout spot. Got a nice big screen on the wall. Got a dance floor. Got a bar. Got some beer pong. Got some couches up on the up the steps. That way you got like a private area where you don't have to hear the music. So it's definitely a hot world. Whoever created that. But y'all plan on checking it out? Because I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it.
yeah, for sure.
Oh,
I definitely
for
will.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
I wanna
because
see that.
the fact that they got the whole concert playing while you're just chilling in there, I mean, it's kind of like the same vibe when you're playing your music and you got a DJ in there. Now, right now we got some bots. One of them looks like disappeared. Do you feel as though there'll be a need for these bots when it comes time for putting up the screens? Because number one, it'll be easier to put music in your world, but number two, I mean, aside from live streaming, do you think that you'll retire your junior bot, or you're going to continue to use it for ease of
Um,
access for live?
I mean, like if we get like Spotify integration or like YouTube, I probably would end up using my bot less for music. But unless they give us some type of way to record better than we have now, I'm always gonna be using it for recording and other things. Because even when I'm not in bot form and I'm actually plugged in with the PC with my Oculus, the quality is 10 times better. Everything loads
Oh,
faster.
so
You can
much
build
better.
faster in build mode. When I'm mass selecting, that lag spike is way less. On here, I'll freeze up. So it's yeah. I don't think my bot is going anywhere unless they give us the tools to replace everything that I can do.
And now, Angel, you on the other hand, you want to buy a computer so that way you can start doing the actual development in VR, not just creating in Horizon Worlds. Do you think that there'll be a need in the future for you to have a second account so that way you can do anything in VR as a bot, or you think you're just gonna create with the extra horsepower of the PC and just continue to build as you've been building?
I think I'd probably still doing what Junior was saying and creating that bot just because there have been so many times where I'm too focused into build mode where I'm like, dang, I should have did a time lapse of this build. Like I could have been recording that. Whereas I can just have the bot already there in the world, immediately already recording as soon as I start. Because I definitely want to continue to keep pushing out content as well as builds. So I know that that bot would definitely come in handy.
That's actually great advice. Any of y'all who are doing builds, a time lapse of your creations is a really great tool to be able to market what you can do. And I've seen some people who, when they're building, it probably took 30, 40 hours to put together this insane world. And watching those time lapses of those worlds coming together, it's just mind blowing seeing it. Because when you're seeing that avatar moving all around the world and placing objects and removing objects and animating things, and most of that trial and error and the stuff that's not working on its first try, you don't see that in the time lapse. All you see is this really fast paced growth of the world. Great advice right there. If you haven't yet, get yourself a PC that you can run your Oculus on, and then start doing time lapses. You're going to get into doing more world builds and start trying to market yourself. I'm loving the fact that some of the people that were shouted out earlier on are in the room. So I just want to shout out a couple of them. First of all, Victor 3000, appreciate you. You were shouted out earlier, so I wanted to shout you out. We were talking about I met you in Metacourt with Herbert, and you've been out here creating. Shout out to you. You've been working with Junior. Shout out Dunder. Appreciate you showing support out here, still doing builds, still doing everything that you've been doing. I mean, just keep doing all that positive work and great work that you've been doing, and I'm loving to see that you've been coming out showing support too. We got Michael Gregory. I haven't had a chance to shout you out yet, but I mean, every time you pop up, I mean, people are always asking me or talking about Michael Gregory inspired me here or helped me here, or just watching how he continued to build all these worlds. I don't even know how many worlds he's at yet right now, but I mean, he's got so many variations of worlds, and I just don't know when he finds time to sleep. So shout out Michael Gregory. And Pigeon was shouted out earlier by Yoda, so want to shout you out, Pigeon, and love your work and congrats on being a part of the Inspire team. So shout you out. We got a lot of people in this room. I usually do it at the beginning, but I'm gonna do it again. Look around the room, and if you don't have them on your friends list, please send them friend invites. I know some of y'all are probably looking at me crazy, like, please don't send all these friend requests. But seriously, like, there are so many people in this room that are very just giving, knowledgeable, amazing people. And if you haven't had a chance yet, please connect with them because they have inspired me to continue to do things that I've been doing. They've inspired so many people that I've seen come into Horizon, not knowing what even the build tools were, and then now creating worlds that are just incredible. I mean, so I'm so grateful to see all of y'all in here. Super. What's up?
I have another question from chat.
Dang,
So
mine's asleep.
VR is that? Oh, let me change my camera angle real quick. There you go. All right, cool. I gotta do it for the stream. Okay. So VR Zach asks, do they see Horizon Worlds as the top platform currently, and why?
I do.
Oh,
I do see it at the top platform because of how fast the updates come and how much room we have to grow. Like Oculos said, like some of these metaverses only have one or two features that might set them apart from Horizon. But I really think, you know, if they're changing their name to Meta and they're putting all this money behind it and they're pushing all this stuff out, doing competitions to get creators paid and all this extra stuff, I think that we will get those features that we're asking for eventually. And when that happens, we're set in a powerhouse position. I think even the avatars as of now are the best at showing emotion, like in any metaverse I've seen so far. And I think that's very big for this because it gives you that feeling of realism. So
Yeah, just to jump off what he's saying, it's like this has been the only platform where it's just like we may not have everything, but the things that we do have really set us apart from what we don't have. In terms of other worlds, our avatars, even with no legs, have still been superior. The most that someone has above us is probably VR chat because you can go from, being a human to a hamster or, like you said, a ketchup bottle. That's pretty just like the whimsical thing of VR chat. But even with us not being able to have the whole panoramic city of Paris and whatnot, we can still build with our shapes of having that emotion invoked, and you can step into a world, and even if it's a bunch of cubes lined up to look like the Eiffel Tower, you're going to still feel like, oh, I'm in Paris, kind of thing. And our community obviously is just crazy unmatched to any metaverse I've ever seen. There's no other platform I know where I can visibly go to any stranger and not have to worry about, oh, is this going to be someone trolling me, or is it going to be disrespectful, racist, or whatever, or am I about to just come up to this person and are we about to have a genuine, deep conversation? And it's usually always like that for Horizon Worlds.
yeah. When we came in here, just the difference in the community, I was expecting like Xbox Live chat, like PSN chat,
Call
like
of Duty.
when you, yeah, Call of Duty. I mean, you can get called everything but your own name in a Call of Duty chat room in the lobby. And when I came in here, I was just like, all right, who's gonna come for me first? And it was empty. And I'm like, well, I guess this is better than not getting called all kind of different names. But it was really surprising at the fact that no matter how many people came in, these people were willing to learn. They had questions. They wanted to actually get involved. So this community has built itself. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of instrumental people that have helped grow this community and continue to teach and share. But the community itself came in wanting to learn and wanting to be different. So the only message I can share on that note, if there's anything limiting you out in the real world, out on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, things that are holding you back or people that are pouring negativity on you, don't bring it in here. There's no reason. You shouldn't limit yourself by the negativity or anything that people are trying to tell you you can't do, because people are in here doing it. And I can guarantee you, if you want to try, you can too. So don't let people bring that negativity in here. I'd love to see what y'all are creating. That's why I've been world hopping for, the last year and a half. I just want to see people's creativity and then share it through the world tours to be able to get other people to experience it. MF Son, appreciate you coming out. What you got?
Thank you. Hey guys, love you guys. Angel, I've always said this to you from the first minute I met you. You are one of my favorite artists. I just wanted you to talk a little bit about your music. Junior, same thing with you. Can you guys talk a little bit about the music that you guys make and what your plans are with that?
Angel, you make music too?
Yeah.
Yes.
How did I not know this? Yes, please tell me all about it. Everyone else wants to hear, right? Yes.
So
let's hear this.
When it comes to me, I never thought I would be doing music, period. I went to church my whole life. I was in chorus when I was younger, but it wasn't something I wanted to do. And I was part of like the church music program in terms of switching the slides. like the lyrics or whatever.
Mm.
But I went through a really tough breakup, and basically I was looking for something to put my time into besides the time I was giving to this person at the time. So I had a bunch of free time left over, so I would go to work, come home, and just be like, well, what I'm gonna do, because I wasn't doing the same thing I was doing before, because I had someone in my life. So I was like, okay, let me get these feelings out instead of being mopey. Let me get these feelings out and try to make a song. And then that's that was the end of it. Like I just continued making music. It wasn't even to become popular or anything. It's just to make music that I know that if people were in my situation, which a lot of people were, I got that a lot. I've had people cry to some of my songs because they related to it so much. It's just a way to vent. My best songs come out when I'm venting. Yeah, I can make hype songs or whatever like that, or like whatever it is, but my mood is what you get usually in a song that I make. And that's how it is now. I'm still not doing it to become super famous or anything like that. The people want me to become super famous. They're like, oh, I don't know how you're not on the radio. I sent your song to someone in California. My son listens to your song. I play in the car on my way from work. When I'm thinking, I play your music. She knows my lyrics better than I know my own lyrics. So it's still crazy that that people are really connecting with this music that I thought was just gonna be for me and the 5 people or 10 people I shared it with, and now it's becoming this thing where I used to get 10 listeners and now I'm getting 1,000 plays a day. The last song I just put out with Coda and Felso, the mayor of the metaverse, yesterday got more streams than it did the first day at launch. So that means it got picked up by the algorithm. So it's like it's doing things I didn't even expect it to do, and then she's making music that I never expected either, and I'm very excited because she's actually gonna start going to a studio and stuff. So that's exciting, and we have a song together already.
That's big.
And I'm excited to expand on that. So that should be dope.
Yeah, what he said. So
what he said. No.
So like Junior, I was also in the choir when I was in church as well. Up until I was 12, and then the adult choir intimidated me, so I did not pursue that part. But then from there, I would always write. Writing was just another form of art to me, so I did like poems and stories. I used to write books and poems, plays, anything. So when it came to the music, it was just another form of another writing for me. And also, like Junior, it was more so just like, this is how I'm feeling. I'm feeling like all these thoughts and emotions are really heavy for me. So putting it into a paper, putting it into a song is kind of what releases that out. And I usually don't market my songs as much just because mine's are more on the emotional aspect. It's not going to be like, oh, let me put your song on in this club that we all bumping in. Everybody's like fist bumping, and then you hear my song, and it's just like, so relatable, and it's just like, oh, and everybody's moping and crying in the club. So it was just like, I mean, I did do a couple, popping pieces, but it wasn't like anything that was. The really good ones are the ones that are really emotional and deep, and it's just like, oh wow, dang, you went through that kind of thing. So I'm slowly easing myself out there, mostly because of the huge inspiration that I have by me, and it's just like hearing his music, hearing how he plays it, understanding the lyrics, and he's not lying when he says, I'm like, I was very on it. As soon as the first song I heard, Rivals, I was just like listening to it over and over and over and over, and then I found like his profile on Apple Music and made a whole Apple playlist and had all his music on there, and I would listen to it every single day. So when he would play it at the club, I'd be like, yeah, it's going along with the lyrics, and he was like, you know them? Like, yeah, I know every single word. Yep, I got it down pat. Like, I was obsessed, and I wanted to invoke that same energy with my own music as well. So he's pushing me, and I'm trying to be real serious about it. Shout out to Coda, because he's also helping me with my newest song that's coming out called Tired. So be on the lookout for that.
Wow.
A snippet is in my
we can all relate to
World
that.
Hub.
We all tired. We real tired.
Right.
No, but all jokes aside, like, I love the fact that you're getting inspiration, plus you're getting that push, the motivation. Like, y'all just out here super teaming it on all the things y'all working on. Do you find that art or music is more difficult for you to express, like, your emotions or your feelings? because I know all of your art pieces, they have to have something that your passion shines through on. But when it comes to music, there's definitely, the emotion that goes behind that as well. But are you finding it to be easier or more difficult to express that emotion through music as opposed to how you do it through art?
I feel like me and Junior are on opposite ends of that. So like he'll tell me all the time, like we're in build mode, and he's just like, "Oh, I don't know what I want to build," and da da da. And my brain is just like, "You want to build this and this and this and this," and like I got like 20 worlds lined up in my head that I haven't even opened up the draft world for. And I feel like that's the same path that he's on with music. He could probably make a song every single day if he had the time to. Whereas me, I have one good song, and then in the middle of it is just like writer's block, blank, just gone. And it's just like, alrighty, back to build mode. So it's just, yeah, we're on opposite ends of that.
Yeah, it also depends for me on the building side of things. It depends on when it comes to music, I can like kind of try to fit a vibe if I need to. When it comes to building, I got to be, especially if it's an art piece, I got to be feeling it. Most of my art piece comes when I'm sad or down, and you'll get that if you look at any of my art pieces. One of them I made it when I was angry. I forgot what the situation was. I was angry. I went in build mode. I built this angry magma cube, and people loved it. But at the time, I was feeling angry, and that's what came out. So most of the time, it's all emotion based, especially music. My best music comes out when I feel the emotion coming through it. When I'm just doing it just to, oh, I want to make a song that sounds good. It's good, but it's not the same as um, I just went through this crazy thing. I'm telling you about this in a song, and it triggers emotion in people. So it's two different aspects. I have a make music to have fun, and I have a make music when I'm actually going through a lot at the time. And when I'm going through a lot, that's when the best music comes forward.
So if you hit that writer's block and you're trying to put some music together, do you hit up Angel and be like, call me out my name or roast me for a minute so I can get in my feelings?
I mean, nah, I definitely don't do that. I'll probably hit up Coda and be like, "Hey, Coda, I need some help. I got writer's block," because he goes crazy. I don't know if you guys know Coda, but I don't freestyle. I write everything, but this guy he goes insane with his music. He's gonna be big, so keep an eye on that name, Coda KOD, because he's gonna be really big.
Coda, appreciate you showing out, and of course, if Junior says that you're gonna be big, that's gonna happen. So if you haven't already figured it out, I'm sure there's somewhere in this metaverse that you can find that way if you're not already doing it. But shout you out for everything that you're doing. As far as the artistic side, I know you said that you already got a vision, you already got 100 things that you're ready to work on, or you already know what you're ready to build. But Junior, all them worlds that you built, though, you got so many worlds. Like, did you struggle with every single one of them, or was it you got to a certain point and then you just had to kind of like get re-inspired or something?
I mean, most of the world, if it's a Junjo build, we kind of just bounce each other ideas off each other. If it's one of my builds, most of them are like chill spots. Like I always, even my first world, the 22 was commissioned because I wanted a spot to just hang out with my friends. So most of the time I build worlds where people can hang out with their friends. Where they come to this world, it's like, hey, I really like this world. Come hang out. We could talk, build a friendship or whatever it may be, and then go play games or go to a comedy club or go to your fiestas, your taco truck Tuesdays, is it? Yeah, yeah. So
Latin nights on Mondays.
Okay, Latin nights on Mondays. Sorry. But yeah, most of my builds are just chill spots, and every build I try to put something in there that's different that I've never done before, so I can learn from it as well. Because if I'm just doing the same build over and over again in different ways, then you're not learning anything. So I try to learn at least a new feature, or at least hit up a friend. Basically Shinzi for sure, because he's a great scripter, and then scripting is what I've been trying to learn the most lately. So I always try to push myself to learn something new in scripting, and just change something new every build. Basically, every single build, something new asset, something new, something that someone's never seen before.
There's a gem that you dropped in there before I ask Angel this next question. When you talked about every build, you want to learn something, you want to do something different, or you want to try a new script, or one way or another, you're growing every time you build something. I love that you said that because I've heard it from so many creators, and the first creator that I heard it from was Waffle Copters, and he said that every time he built a world, He wanted to learn something. So if you go and you look through all of the worlds that are in Waffle World, from the very built, was it Rescue the Inventor? Rescue the Inventor at the time only had the ability for you to take an object and put it in a trigger, so lock and key essentially. So if you go to Rescue the Inventor, every puzzle was put a key into a hole, put an object into a trigger, and that was how you solved all the puzzles. And he said he won't go back and fix that world or change it or update it, because it's just it's something that from the very beginning he had something he wanted to learn and accomplish, and he did it. And then from then on, every single world that he built from that point on, he decided he was going to learn something new, whether it was a new code block, it was a new way to put together the script, if it was a new way to build or a new way to create a puzzle for people to enjoy. So I highly recommend, don't just build to a point of I want another hangout space, or I want another club, or I want another talk show, or I want another building that, people can, recognize the brands or whatever. Build and try to learn something every time that you create, because every time you have an opportunity to go into those build tools, you can literally watch a YouTube video and learn about the new code blocks. You can read the PDFs that are out there that are being created for Meta. There's so many resources that are popping up now that if you just want to learn one new thing, you can do it. And then you've got collaborators out here that want to also help you. Now, we have the mic open, so I don't know. I haven't shouted it out enough because a lot of people have been up here, plus Super's chat's on fire. If y'all got questions, you got comments, please come up. The mic is hot, it's live, so come on up, say some words. Even if you just want to come up here and give them their flowers, would love to have y'all come up here and just say a few things. Angel, so your art, you're creating more, your pieces are kind of like sculptures, right? Most of your work and your artwork is like sculpture work, it's not like painting work. Have you thought about different art styles that you want to test out in the metaverse or in Horizon that you haven't had a chance to, that you do in the real world? Is there anything that you are trying to kind of test out, or things that you're going to start doing?
Yeah, so I have mostly done sculpture. I've done like two D pieces as well. He's not in here, but I did an NFT remake for TY. That was my first like flat sculpture. Um and that was just, it was just very tedious. So I knew there was medias that I wasn't going to do as much, even though I'd still probably go back and dabble into it. But also illusion work. I actually have a world coming out that's going to dive really deep into that. That inspiration, shout out to JP Cloud, going into their world and seeing pieces like time, and just seeing how you can mix in art with the scripting to make something even bigger than just a static shape, is another thing that I'm really gonna try and push out there for people. Because, like I said, visual is my main thing. So if it's visual and interactive at the same time, it's gonna be an even more mind blowing art piece in my head.
That's awesome. What about you, Junior? Is there anything that you haven't done yet that you've been thinking about giving a try, whether it's putting music in for new artists? And I know you've already shouted out you'll give a new artist a shot if they have music that you want them to play, but anything in your worlds that you have coming up that you want to try differently or new, whether it's artistic, whether it's through music or art, or just different ways to have people come together.
Games. Honestly, I want to try my hand at games. I'm a big gamer. Like, I'm a huge gamer. I think if I can get the scripters together, or a scripter together that's willing to work with me on a game, that we can probably make a really good one. I have a lot of ideas when it comes to that. So, I mean, I'm trying to get better at scripting. I want to get better at scripting so I can do more games and do more outside the box things, because everyone's going to be able to get good at building, in my opinion. You get some shapes, you learn how to snap. You look at a picture or anything, or have something you can look at, it's even easier. But the scripting part is really big, and so I really want to get that on the roll and know how to script better so I can be more of assistance to everyone else, because I like helping people the most, but I feel like scripters help the most, is what I've been seeing so far. So
yeah, and scripting, the Creators Academy, have to shout them out. Thursdays, they start at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. They do the beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes on Thursdays. So you can go in for the beginners and you'll learn something like a rotation or a respawn. And you can hang out in the intermediate and the advanced, and you can actually just listen. And that's the best part about it. The capability of what scripting can do is just as valuable as learning the advanced scripts that they're teaching. So if you feel like you're just not at that level yet, that's okay. Just listening to what the scripting can do. The tools are so powerful, and you could learn so much from what you can do from that next point wherever you are in your learning, just by seeing what the capabilities are. So don't be discouraged. Definitely check out Creators Academy Thursdays. Waffle Copters, I've shouted him out a dozen times. He's doing Waffle Wednesdays. I don't know, I keep screwing up the name. He does math classes on Wednesdays, and Waffle Hour. It's that simple, Waffle Hour. But you can check out Learning Math, which is really essential in some of these scripts. If you really want to go to the next level with your scripting and be able to put a little bit of math behind it, it'll amaze you how much you could learn just one extra thing in math, and it'll actually help your scripting capabilities. So check out Waffle Hour on Wednesdays, Creators Academy on Thursdays. Even Meta provides scripting office hours on Tuesdays. There's so many resources now that just weren't available before, not just in these events Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. There's also the Intro to Creation world. If you just want to see the build tools in game instead of having to go into the build and seeing the tools in the panels. The creator community, you can look on the Discord. There's a collaborators channel. There's a scripting help channel. I mean, I could literally sit up here for the next 20 minutes and talk about all the places you can get help. There's so many places, so please just go look for them. Just connect. Don't go in and say, who wants to write me a script, because they already know. You just want to get something and go. That's okay too, but really wanting to learn this stuff or connect and partner up, that's where you're going to get an amazing turnout. I want to shout out Habiter and Omni. They put together an amazing B-Sidelined world as two incredible creators, and them two coming together, winning the last competition. If you haven't been to that world, please check it out, because it just shows you, instead of just one person who's really good at one thing, you have two amazing creators that just put together an incredible world. And early on, when people were collaborating, if you had somebody that was just a talented scripter and they could make anything happen in your world, but they couldn't sculpt to save their lives, you would have very, very basic looking worlds with incredible scripting, or you would have somebody that could sculpt like crazy and make the most immensely detailed world, and the door's cracked, or you have a screen door that you jump through because they just don't do scripting. Collaborate, because if you just have one other person on your world, it's amazing what these worlds look like just adding another person. So in that sense, y'all two, who's the scripter and who's the builder? Because somebody got to be scripting between the two of y'all, and that means the world y'all are creating are just exact example of what I'm talking about, where you have your different artistic styles and your ideas, but who does what when it comes to the builds? What are your strengths, and what do you kind of say, nah, I'm gonna pass that off to the other one?
I mean, we both are diving into both aspects. I mean, obviously, I've dealt with building since I started, so obviously I'm more of the builder. But on terms of scripting, we've both like are into scripting and looking at the blocks and being like, "Do you know what this is? I'm not really sure. Let's test it out," kind of thing. We're both on that same. I mean, he dives into scripting more, and like if I'm just like I'm not really sure, like he'll just go ahead and dive in. But there have been times where he's pushed me, and I'm just like I don't know what to do, and instead of just being like, "Oh, let's just call Shinzi. Oh, let's just call Habit," or just be like, "Let's figure this out, and maybe we can push this on to somebody else." So we've definitely both have strengths in wanting to learn in both aspects.
What she said.
What she said.
I saw it written all over your face, and it's kind of funny because you were talking about how the emotions and the expressions. I don't know how it's done, whether it's your voice or what, but like the one example was we had the Video Awards before the beta opened up. We just wanted to celebrate everybody, and we had a Community Choice Award that Paige Dansinger, Better World Museum, she won the community choice. So I'm up on stage and I'm like, all right, community choice award. Here's the nominees. And now the winner, Better World Museum. And no lie, I don't know how it happened. Her face lit up, her mouth opened up, her hands on her chest. Like, oh my God. And the expression on her face, I was shocked. Just like, how is this possible? And like the whole time she's coming up on stage and she's thanking people, and my mind was still on, how did you get all that expression out of your face when the only thing that this headset is tracking is your voice? That's it. And the position of where your head's looking. So I don't know, but yeah, that's what I was saying. I could see it written all over your face. You were just about to say what she said. Leo, unmute and welcome. Appreciate you being here. You got comment?
What's up, guys? How's it going? Yeah, I know it's late, so I'm gonna be kind of quick because I know everyone's a little tired. But I just wanted to say I'm a huge fan. Obviously, both of you guys are incredible. Junior, your music, Coda, I love the song. The song is dope. I didn't even know if Elsa was on it, so I'm excited. Angel, you've been so just incredible artist, and you've just been so impactful in here. And I think not only, for yourself as an artist, but for women and for like Black women and like just the community of like amazing artists in here that are, ready to do amazing stuff in here. And so I'm really inspired by you guys. I know a lot of us are really inspired by you guys. And so I just wanted to thank you guys for your hard work, because sometimes I get a little bummed and I'm like, I don't really know if I want to do it. And I see you guys posting and all the stuff, and we keep each other ultimately in the end. We all, as a community, we keep each other kind of activated in here. So you guys are crushing it. Oculos as well. Obviously, we've done so many things as a community. Thanks for putting on the event tonight. And so yeah, just real quick, actually a question for the three of you guys. So the question is, how do you guys see the future for creators with regards to working more closely with Meta in the future? Right. And so right now, obviously, Meta, just to be a little bit more specific, Meta has tons of employees, right? And right now they're going through like some layoffs. It's been a bit of a tough year and revenues are down. And so there's lots of questions for creators like us that want to invest more time in here. And we want to make sure that kind of has a positive end in sight. And so I'm just curious to know, like, what's your guys' outlook, number one, and then maybe some recommendations for creators like myself and some of the other creators in here who want to be sort of more exposed to the Meta team and to the Meta community. And so, yeah, kind of a packed question, but yeah.
Definitely when it comes to being seen, the Facebook group, the Discord, any of their socials is where you need to be. Post your worlds, post your assets, post whatever it is on there. I'm pretty sure that's what got me seen, was my activity on Facebook and the Discord. I also would say, if you are trying to make this a full-time thing, don't put all your eggs in one basket. You never know. God forbid, you never know. But just you, Leo, I don't know how you're not like already like crazy in terms of being noticed by Meta and stuff like that. But just keep doing what you're doing and make sure you post in those social forums, because it works.
Yeah,
they see it. They definitely see it. Especially on Instagram, they like the video. Sometimes they'll comment on it. Discord. I got messages on Discord to become part of the partner program. So it's like you can get message from any of these platforms. As long as you're active on it and you're consistent with your stuff, they're gonna see you if they don't already. And if they do see you, then what's going on? Hurry up, Meta.
Right. Yeah, definitely to piggyback off what he said. My first thing was going to be get that Discord, because it's not like with the Facebook page or the Instagram page, and seeing people post and tag you, like seeing when Horizon actually comments back or replies to you and everything, that's great and whatnot, but that only reaches one team of the whole Meta employee circle. Whereas when you're going on on Discord, you can actually look on the little sidebar of all who's in it, and there are people that actually work with Meta. They'll have their little parentheses and they'll say their name parentheses Meta. They actually work closely with the higher ups and are understanding, and they're the people that are coming and connecting with us. They're like the bridge that meets the really big people to the creators. So being in that Discord, getting in touch with them, talking to them, and not just having that mindset of, oh, they work for Meta, they're not going to reply back to me. push it out, double text, you know, whatever you got to do, get your stuff out there, get in contact with them, connect with them, and not on just the, oh, please notice me, like just more of like, hey, I'm connecting with you. I want you to check this out if you have any free time, connecting with any of the other users that are in that Discord. Like I said, it's not just, oh, we're all about community. We really are about community. Like you want to make sure that you're getting in touch with everybody. You want to be like, oh yeah, I know so and so's grandmother. Like you want to be close, like so that those connections and opportunity kind of come in real smooth and easy instead of it just being like, oh, I have to prep myself or make a PowerPoint on why I should work with Meta. Like you already having that comfortable gap closed because of how you've connected with those people, that when it's time to get that opportunity, they're just like, oh yeah, I know him. We did the whole world hopping and connecting and everything. Let's push this program out to him. Let's push this opportunity to him. Let's give them this business opportunity and let them flourish as well. So definitely connect with everybody.
Cool.
And of course,
Awesome.
I want to at least share a little bit without giving up too much. Number one, something I said last week, we had world tours on Wednesday, and there was somebody in the group that they had a world, they weren't ready to publish it, it wasn't polished, it wasn't perfect, it wasn't exactly the way they wanted. And everybody in that group was just like, just publish it, just do it, just publish it, just go ahead, put it out there. And they were like, yeah, but then what? And everybody was like, post it in the community group, post it in the Discord, share it to your Facebook, share it on Instagram. And she was like, all right, I'll think about it. The next day, I had 3 people message me, 2 of them from Meta, 1 of them from somewhere else, and they said, "Do you happen to know who this creator is? I just saw this world, and I'm trying to find it." And I was just like, I literally just had them in tours last night. No lie, I could not believe it, and I was like, I felt so like humbled and gracious at the fact that that person came to tours, asked for advice. The community was the one that gave her the advice to say, just do it, just put it out there, and then shared all the tips of where to get noticed. And the next day, Meta's messaging saying, how do I connect with this creator? So use some of that advice. Get some new worlds out there. Just share them everywhere. Connect with people. Show up to events and just talk to people. And Meta's going to keep seeing these names and these faces, especially if you're posting it in the groups and in Discord. And they're just want to connect with you because they want to be able to highlight more and more people. So if you haven't yet, do all of those things and more because they'll see you. And they should be seeing you already. So I have to agree with what they said. I don't know how they haven't seen you yet, but that just means go out there and post an update to Times Square and post an update to all your other worlds and just start sharing them. And they're going to be like, I need to connect with Leo. And then the rest is history. So
good stuff. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Kev, before you ask your question, I have one question to y'all. So when Leo was talking about connecting with Meta, so both of y'all have y'all both done work for Meta? I know you had your exhibit that you shared. Have you done anything with Meta yet, Junior?
Not directly. I was with her on helping her with her during the Juneteenth build, but I haven't been in contact with Meta for any personal builds besides the partner program.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because Meta is looking to spend that money. I mean, when they announced the Creator Fund at $10 million, it was like October of last year. Maybe it was the year before. I don't know. Time's different out here. But when they announced that Creator Fund, that was huge. But when they announced it, it was for competitions, it was for accelerator programs, and it was for the development. And so when they first announced it, it was a very narrow field. And it was community leaders that spoke up and said, what about all the people that are out here connecting communities? What about people out here that don't want to do scripting, don't want to do building, they want to collaborate, or, there's all these other opportunities. What about us? And they took that information back. Like, they do listen. So if you have a thing that you enjoy, that you're good at, and it's not getting spotlighted by Meta, post it in the community group and say, I have an interest in this. Can we get a competition surrounding that? Can we get some money thrown at this so that way more people like they're talking about doing the script kids and the Smile Honey Child initiative for all the younger kids coming in. Like, there's initiatives that Meta will support, but you just have to show that you're serious about it, and they'll invest in you. So if you out there want to do something and you're passionate about and you're good at it, just put it out there, put it in the community group, put it in Discord, and you might get a direct message saying, hey, I want to hear more about it. So it's worth a shot if it's something that you're really serious about. Kev, I have not seen you in a minute. Go ahead and unmute. Welcome to the show. This is Kev from Elevated. It's great to see you, man.
What's up, Oculos? How are you, buddy?
Oh, amazing, amazing. Do you have any questions, comments? Share what you've been working on.
I do.
Shout out to the live streams.
Hey, dude, I love this concept. I love this setup. I haven't been in here in a minute. I've been, I've got a small little platform in the digital asset space over in Web3 on the blockchain side of things. I guess my question is around expressing yourself. I see Meta is moving towards, moving into being able to host NFTs on Facebook and on Instagram. Like that's a thing coming soon. So that piqued my interest for in here and being able to express myself as some of my NFTs that I own. Do you know, or are you able to tell if something like that is coming soon? That's my question.
I wish they had some more public information when it comes to what Horizon's doing, because like even the most connected people that I know that are connected to people at Meta, they don't even know what's next. And there's some people that are working on worlds. Like I'm sure whoever put together the Post Malone After Party world, the people that worked on the NBA lane, obviously they knew about those worlds coming, and then whatever features were in those worlds at the time of building it. But when it comes to things like the NFTs and the Web3 content and all of these new exciting features that we're going to be seeing in the future, there's no roadmap that exists out there publicly to know when it's coming. But knowing that Instagram, you're going to be able to connect your NFT, Twitter, you can use your NFT as your profile picture. I mean, it's going to come eventually. And, I always throw it back to the Connect from last year, where their vision of what the metaverse looks like is more of a mixed reality. You got that VR AR blend where you can walk down the street and with your AR glasses you can observe somebody's street art, and then if you want to continue looking at it, you pay a little extra money or you tip the artist. And those kind of things are really exciting to think about. But when it comes to very simple things that they're already doing, like with the with Instagram and bringing NFTs on, I think that Horizon is such a huge investment that we'll probably not know about it until probably the day they announce that it's going to be live, or they do an update on a Monday and we find out that it was included in that update. I mean, that's kind of been the update cycle as far as I'm aware.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of competition on the space too. I think that's really well said, especially from, coming from the Web3 blockchain side of things. One thing that I think could bring the most utility to us is a space like this to express ourselves in, whether that be if we're a Bored Ape or if we're a Cool Cat or if we're a Fluff World, whatever communities you represent, having the utility of worlds you can build and express yourself as a bunch of Bored Apes running around in here. I think, it just adds the layer of, wow, this is real. Like, yeah, I own this NFT, but it's still just an NFT. It's more of a ticket into the IRL in real life things. So it's more of just a kind of flex token, and I can get into stuff and you can't. But
right,
adding more utility to being able to come in here, and maybe I could be a Bored Ape, standing up here, and people in the audience be like, oh, that's pretty cool, he's a Bored Ape, and I can portray myself that way. So it's just other layers of utility, and then vice versa for being in the metaverse in here. It would be really nice to have that blockchain economy exposure to be able to, I think whoever was talking last, I think it was Leo, asking questions about making it worth it for creators. How do we get exposure? Having those tight little community economies, it would really help to have something like that. I know the digital assets are out there. I just bought one tonight for my first time, and it was a really cool process. But I would really like to have it on the blockchain. That's really saying my piece. But
yeah, I wish that there was more to it. I mean, do you all have interest in like showing off an NFT? I know with your art, have you made any of yours into NFTs or interest in creating an NFT out of your art and then bringing it into Horizon someday?
I have major interest in making NFTs and everything. Is all foreign language to me at the moment. But once I get that Google Translate going and figure it out, I will be pushing out NFTs.
So that'll be on the homework list for when it does come up, because I think that NFTs are not going to go anywhere. One thing that I really think is a valuable thing to have eventually, someone's creating NFTs that are not transferable. So for things like certifications, for things that you actually acquire through education, being able to have a one-time use thing that's a consumable. So all these different utilities, like Kev's talking about, it's one of the things that I was having a conversation with Lakes about with the Vidu verification. So if you haven't heard about Vidu verification, if you go to vidu.com/VV for Vidu verification, there's now a way that you can have your skills kind of assessed to see where you are, what you need to learn, and also be able to market yourself using that Vidu verification directory. So if people are looking for builders, looking for scripters, they can go in that directory and just search a keyword, things that you're interested in, building houses, building assets. And then because you're not only listed in that directory, but also verified that you have these skills to back it up, eventually, if the technology gets to a point where these NFTs are non-transferable and they belong to you, that could be something that Vidu verification could be. But I really think that it's so early right now that people are still just thinking it's I got a picture, I bought it, it's mine, I can sell it. The person who minted it, they get a portion of it, and that's kind of the extent of people's exposure to NFTs. But there's a lot more to it, which is why it hasn't died yet. Why a lot of celebrities are spending money on them. Why you see probably every day on Instagram another Bored Ape or another CryptoPunk sold for so many Ethereum. It's because it's relevant and it's going to become something that's going to be normal one day, just like before crypto crashed. So I mean, appreciate the question and the insight and the thought, and welcome back. And I hope they do bring NFTs back for the sake of the utility of it.
It's so good to be back in here. Like, just a little backstory. Me and Oculus go way back. He goes way farther back than I do, but I was in the space and building, and then I took a break and went out into the metaverse of Twitter and Discord and NFT world, and have spent a lot of time out there. But now the fastest growing space and the hottest topic right now that's up and coming is being right here in your seat and in the Oculus and in a headset. And this is the tech that's up and coming. And I got to be back in here and make sure I'm up to speed and see what's going on. So that's why I'm back in here. But this is awesome. Well done.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, last time we saw you was at the Vidu Nights studio, and that's why Vidu Nights kind of evolved from a creator spotlight to more of kind of a late night kind of game show and kind of get to know people. And it was retired to kind of allow other spaces to kind of do it in their own way. And that's why I brought I brought Horizon Live back. I really want to give people a chance to ask questions, be able to comment, say what's on their mind, give people up here a chance to share that knowledge. And speaking of which, it's Ethan Kaiser. Welcome.
How's everybody doing today?
Doing great.
Thank you. Yeah, very cool. I agree. So I disagree with the previous speaker. I disagree with Web3 as a concept, and I'm just gonna throw out some ideas real quickly. Maybe you guys can shed some light on it. I think a lot of us are missing the wave. The wave isn't Web3. The wave isn't NFTs. Look, the stock market obviously took a hit in tech, and crypto was not a hedge against inflation, which like everyone was saying for so long. Crypto was not a hedge against inflation. The crypto dipped just like any other speculation that dipped. My question is, are we missing the wave because we're focused on VR and Web3? The wave is not this. The wave is short form content. Products like TikTok, ByteDance, they're taking and eating Meta's lunch on Instagram. They're crushing them with a massive growth trajectory. This is proven stuff. This is not speculative, okay? should we not be all be content creators? Should we not be not on our headsets creating content, because that is a proven wave that's working? What do you guys think?
No,
That's a great question. Go
absolutely.
ahead.
Content creating is everything, and that's exactly one of the reasons why I was telling Oculus why I wanted the desktop computer, because content is how you get people that have no idea what Horizon is, or some may not even know about what the Oculus headset is. And when you see like this random content, you see these avatar with no legs, and you're just like, whoa, well, like what is this? Like without having that content being put for you and placed on these social media platforms, you wouldn't really be able to have all these new members come in. Yeah, Facebook is doing some marketing, but when I went to a dinner party with one of the employees for Meta, and they were asking me, they were like, "How? What are we lacking?" I'm like, "Your marketing. Like, most of your marketing that you're getting new users in are coming from us, from the people that are actually doing the content creating." And why they started pushing out more of getting the creators involved and wanting to do interviews with them to push out their work as well, because they see that not only we going hard in building worlds, but we're going extra hard on the social media to get other people to want to join in. Because as we discussed before, there's so many people who are telling our friends and family in the physical world, like, oh, you got to try this, and they don't understand. But when you push that content out for them to see, and then you bring them in here and they're seeing it with their own eyes, they're going to do the exact same thing and get more people in here. And that's really why we're growing so fast, just because of all the content that's being put out.
Just I'm curious.
Junior, what do you think about the short video?
Oh, good.
Oh,
good.
I was gonna say, Junior, about the short video comment. 'cause
I
do
agree
wanna,
with it.
also comment on it as well.
I agree with the short video stuff. I do believe that you know, TikTok and even Reels, that's a Meta owned thing, is huge. I think all that comment combined is gonna what pushes Web3 or the metaverse forward as well. I think it's all gonna help each other, in my opinion. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, the short videos, I think Vine was ahead of its time. Vine was really taking off and then completely disappeared, and TikTok came about, and people were like, "Oh, it's another Vine. It's not going to go anywhere." And it was the exact opposite. TikTok exploded, and then Facebook took notice, and Reels exploded, and then afterwards, YouTube Shorts took off. And I think YouTube Shorts is getting its own app that was announced in
Yeah, but they're
some
not even
conference in
close
Asia.
to TikTok. They're not even
Right.
close.
So, I
I
mean,
work
as
at
far
TikTok,
as like,
and I can tell you right now.
oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, no,
That's why he
we're
knows
taking
the
and
metrics.
eating the lunch of YouTube and Instagram. And what's interesting is that they all want to replicate and they want to copy. I like the metaverse. I like coming in here. I like the Horizon World. It's very fun. But I think the wave is content creation. And I think this is cool and fun, but I think anyone to heavily invest, and this is maybe where we differ, anyone who's heavily investing in Web3 is like investing in the internet in like 1995, where a lot of people lost a lot of money because they were too early and there's a lot of options. Like when cars came out, there were so many, there's like hundreds of different car companies. Now there's like 4 or 3 or something, like a very small number, right? So how do you pick the winners, right? It's very hard to do super early. In my opinion, this is my opinion, it's better to pick things that are already having their start, they're ramping up, there's a clear path to success, and don't be so speculative. Find like kind of more sure bets. So content creation is that, and I think short form content has really opened up the opportunity for a lot of creators.
Yeah,
But
that's
anyway,
part of my revenue stream.
So before you disappear,
short-term content.
Yeah, before you walk away, one question, since you might have an answer or might have a
Sure.
response that might be helpful. So
Sure.
I watched the growth of TikTok. I followed it
Mhm.
pretty closely, watching a lot of these creators that, you know, they were blowing up, they were going viral, they were getting you know, millions of followers and views and likes. And when they introduced the monetization to more and more creators, a lot of the same complaints happened, where as soon as they got monetized, they would use the term they were getting shadow banned, or their
Mhm.
content wasn't hitting the algorithm. They weren't
Yeah.
getting the reach they used to. And there's still creators that I follow. Every now and again, one of their videos pops up and it has like 400 likes. So when you say that the short video market is like the future, do you find it that TikTok is just blown up so fast that they can't afford a number of
No,
people
no,
that
no,
are
no, no. I
getting the views, or why
So
is that?
I'll give you some context. I have 1 million followers on TikTok. I'm verified. Um, I work on the Creative Fund as a engineer, as a senior engineer. So I can't
Oh,
speak
cool.
on that. Like I just can't say a word on it. But I wish I could tell you what I think, but I can't. So that's just what I have to say. So that's all I can say
Fair enough.
at that point. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know who's recording. I can't, whatever, say whatever.
It is live streams, and of
Yeah,
course, my
so
live
I
stream
can't say
disappeared.
anything. But yeah. But anyway, I'll step away and let someone else speak.
Appreciate the comment and the information about the short video space. And I don't know that it's so much missing the boat on short videos, because I feel like that is kind of peaking. I don't think it's at its peak. It's still continuing to explode. It's kind of like with Facebook, where people were like, going from MySpace to Facebook, and Facebook's been around for what, 15 plus years. I don't think that, people thought everyone's going to move to Twitter. Everybody's going to move to Instagram. They all have their respective spaces that are doing the thing that they're supposed to be doing. I think that the places that are mimicking TikTok are doing their best to try and capitalize on the short videos. But I think that Web3, all of the different aspects of it, including the crypto and NFT spaces, still early, and they're gonna grow. I mean, when the economy picks back up, they're gonna grow again, and it's gonna continue to take off. So I don't think that any one thing is the right answer. I think, like in anything, diversify your revenue streams, diversify your investments, which is why when people invest in their retirement, it's not all stocks, it's not all bonds, it's not all CDs and credits, and all of the different investment styles. It's a mixture of everything. And as you get older, it's a less aggressive investments, in case you get closer to a point where you're ready to retire. Coda Cod, go ahead and unmute and share if you want to comment on the Web3 NFT TikTok short video, or if you want to shout out Junior and Angel and you got a different topic.
Yeah, no, I don't actually have a question. These are two of my best friends here. So I don't really have to ask any questions. I just wanted to publicly give these two the flowers they deserve. Since I first came into the metaverse, I was like just kind of doing my own thing, and I've had the chance to get some really great opportunities, but I would not be doing any of the things that I'm doing with those opportunities if it were not for these two people helping me out. Just every step of the way, whatever I need on a like professional, like building level, or even if I just need like emotional support, seriously, like as friends, these two people are just some of the most amazing people I've ever met in my life. And I seriously I love you guys. You work so hard. And you never crack under pressure. When the pressure applies, you guys are cool, calm, and collected. And I think the part that shines about these two is that they're selfless, and they just want everybody else to eat, and they put themselves down first so that everybody else eats and thrives and is able to be confident with their own builds. And you know what I'm saying? If there's something going on in a night, they'll make sure that they move their events back so that the events can go to other places. Everybody can gather at somebody else's place because they think that everybody deserves to shine, which they do. So just amazing and incredible minds, so extremely talented. I've worked with both of these two musically, building wise, and just hung out and spent a lot of time with them. So, a lot of times when you spend a lot of time with a few people, you get to see the colors, and you guys got some good colors. So I appreciate you guys. Seriously, to the moon and back. Just, yeah, I love you guys, for real. So, yeah, well, I'm not asking any questions. I just had to give the flowers publicly because you guys are rocking it, and I just appreciate you guys, because I would not be where I am right now without you guys. So just keep running it up. You guys are the best.
You're the best.
Coda Cod, I apologize. I'm glad that you were giving them their flowers, because they definitely deserve it.
Absolutely.
I don't know why, but after 3 hours, it apparently kicks me out.
Your bot's echoing.
Sure is. that my bot was kicked out and I was kicked out at the same time, we're back. Appreciate y'all's patience. And again, Coda Cod, shout out to you. Appreciate you coming up and giving them their flowers. Kev, I imagine you have a rebuttal or something you want to share, or
No,
otherwise, if you
actually,
got another topic.
yeah. No, I think Ethan was onto something. I think he left. I don't see
Oh,
him.
he's
But
right
I
there
think he was
behind you.
onto
Oh, he's
something.
right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Ethan, I think you're onto something with the short content. I think that's absolutely a massive wave that hasn't even begun yet. I know you probably feel that way because you work in the industry, but I agree with you 100%. And there's two ways right now that NFTs can grow, and there's people building for worlds like this, and then there's people building for short content like that, where it's kind of in the creator tools where I have a realistic looking avatar, and for TikTok anyways, I can pick a popular dance, drag it over, put it on my guy, put a sound, drag it on him, put a background, put it on it, put it on TikTok, and I can be my avatar on TikTok. I know that's one route NFTs and Web3 are building for. And I think he's spot on with where he's at and, what short form content could do. So I just wanted to say, like, yes, I rebuttal. I think Web3 is still very much the move, but I think there's two routes that we're going with it, and then you can see success in both. And so that's why I'm in here for the headset, and then involved with projects that are, looking to do that easy tools grab and drop to be able to be short form. But that's my rebuttal. I'm gonna go back and listen now, but I'm glad to be up here twice.
No, I appreciate it, and and I know we're probably not all the most knowledgeable in the NFT space, so there's not much I can speak on. I don't know if either one of you want anything else to say in the NFT space, but with Horizon Worlds, if it's something that really is going to impact the way we build, the way we socialize, the way that we can move from these toasters on our foreheads to AR glasses, or being able to integrate everything we're doing. I mean, just in the last few months, we now have our home space, our Oculus home and our Horizon home. So they're slowly getting to that point, like they introduced in the Facebook Connect, where we're going to have all of these things that are going to start integrating together, where we can go to a concert from our couch. Venues is very, very early introduction of that. But have you thought about where they shared from Facebook Connect, being able to just throw your glasses on and you meet up with your friends and you're actually in the concert, and you got a marketplace where you could buy some new clothes, and like, is that kind of where you want it to get to, or is there a different version of the metaverse in the future that you want to see?
Oh,
I
Ready
like to
Player
be able
One.
to have the choice. Yeah. Like it's great to whatever can be added to make the experience even more immersive, because that's what we're about. Like it's being as it started as an escape for us and whatever. Like being able to really go from going into a world and just having cooked burgers to like going into Michael Gregory's Meta Chef and actually be able to cook the food, or being able to actually see the objects line up with the sounds. You hear a door open and close. It's you really feel that sensation that you're going through all of this stuff. So to be able to really be in the concert instead of just being in a venue and then seeing the concert on a screen, it just makes it that much more immersive.
So interesting you mentioned Michael Gregory and Meta Chef, because I was just thinking about something. So have you ever thought about if a large influencer, somebody like Mr. Beast, who comes out with Beast Burger, and he literally utilizes all of these kitchens that are already in existence, sends them the recipes and the materials to be able to basically drop ship food? Do you think that an influencer would come in here and just kind of flip Horizon upside down and say, I've got this much pull, I want Horizon to do this for me, and take off in a new direction? Or do you think it's just we're going to keep getting more of these celebrities and brands coming in? It's just going to grow kind of organically.
I think we'll probably have a chance to have both of them. I mean, we've already had the latter with like Wendy's coming in here doing their brand, the Post Malone venues and stuff like that. But I do see that it is going to get much bigger. Like you said, this is just the beginning. We just came out of beta. We just added UK with us. once there's a lot more things and Meta are pushing out a lot more updates faster without having to rewrite over bugs after they do the updates, it's going to be a lot of more things coming in. It's going to be like, oh yeah, I'm really am going into a second life instead of just being like, oh, I'm about to put on the headset and get into the metaverse. It's like I'm about to get into a whole new world. Like it's going to be insane.
And as far as Horizon, I know we've already said a few times, like this is your metaverse of choice, but you do want to expand to other metaverses. Do you find of all the metaverses out there, aside from the social aspect, that there's somewhere else if they had the same community you would rather build in?
I'd probably say VR chat, if anything, just because of the extra features that I like in there that Horizon might not have. If the community was the same, I'd probably be in VR chat just as much as Horizon. You?
Definitely VR chat, 100%. Yeah, that's my second metaverse of choice. As long as it's not in a public instance with a bunch of children.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say maybe for me, it's kind of like when people come in here from Alt Space and VR chat, and they're like, I came in, I was bored, I didn't like it, I left. I prefer VR chat, I prefer Alt Space. I went into VR chat, and it's kind of funny because I actually was half joking but mostly serious in stand up I did at the Soapstone, because I went into VR chat and I was in there all of 5 minutes, and no lie, this gang of condiments come at me, and they're like this hot dog humping my leg, and this ketchup bottle and mustard bottle, or like, what up, bro? What you got? What, run your pockets, like all kind of stuff like that. And I'm just like, what is happening? I don't even know what I'm supposed to do in here, but I'm getting literally jumped by a hot dog, a mustard, and a ketchup bottle. And I'm just like, all right, I guess this is VR chat. I guess I'm gonna go back to Horizon because this is a sign. Like, how do I find not getting assaulted by hot dog and condiments in all the things that y'all are enjoying in VR chat?
Honestly, for us, it was going with a group of our friends from here.
Yeah.
Just having like
I would never recommend going
looking
by
for
yourself.
stuff to do, like oh, let's go on VR chat, let's go on Rec Room, let's go on whatever games we might both have at the time or we might all have at the group. That's basically how I do all my VR things now. If it's not with a small group, I basically am not on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I imagine that, like, people tell me all the time, go into Alt Space and join events. And so I did, and it was okay. There's music, there's karaoke, there's comedy events. So those are a little different. It's kind of like coming in here and going to events. But VR chat, I just never could get it. So that's why I figured I'd ask y'all. Again, the mic is open. We're probably in another 20 minutes we're gonna wrap this, because not only is it 2 a.m. on the East Coast, but I don't want to drag y'all out another hour or so. So if y'all got any questions, now's the time. Step up to the mic. Any comments, questions, anything you want to share with them. I'm just so grateful that y'all took the time not only to be here, share all this information with these people, to be able to not only share your stories, but also give some advice at the same time, and really commit to your part in the community. So I'm grateful for that. Beneficial, unmute and go ahead and ask your question or your comment.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? I'm fairly brand new to the metaverse, but
Welcome.
old to the Oculus. But when I first came here, I realized the potential. I seen your work, and it was super dope. So I'm here now, just like how my boy, I guess he left, but I'm here now trying to do digital creation, what I do in the reality and here in the virtual reality. So I definitely want to be here, going around different worlds and showcasing and like doing what I do in here and out here. I do got a question. How do I get on the Discord? Because I don't know.
So you can either find it on their Instagram or their Facebook. If you have a VR Instagram, we'd be happy to send you the link as well. But you could definitely find it in those places as well.
All right, but that's a bit. But I just want to give y'all flowers, and I'll come visit y'all soon.
Bet, brother.
Appreciate the question and the comment. So from where y'all are at now, do you think that y'all have peaked as far as creators? Do you think you've peaked as far as hosts in your worlds? Or do you think that you're still at the very beginning of learning what the capabilities are and, growing your skills?
I do think we're still we still have a long way from being at the peak, in my opinion. Especially when more tools are available and different ways and capacity and new headsets and different ways to enhance the experience for everyone. I think that the peak is not here yet, not even close.
Yeah, there have been plenty of things where people are just like, "Yo, that was so dope," but I'm just like, we're just getting started. We haven't even like broke the ice yet. There's so many worlds that we're working on that's gonna be like game changers in terms of for Horizon Worlds. So it's just like, just wait on it because it's a lot more coming.
One of the things I love about where we are now, there's been people who have been working steadily on new features, and there's people that have been steadily working on new code blocks, and there's people that are getting a chance to really kind of shape the future of these tools. And the Creators Academy has a number of people in it that are working so hard to test out. Every time a new update happens, you see Monday morning group chats exploding, Discords exploding. Just found a new code block. Oh, let's go ahead and check it out. And we got screenshots, and we got, all right, this works, and this is what we need, and it's looking for numbers. No, it's looking for movement or event. And it's like, I'm reading all of these comments, and I'm like, I mostly understand what it is that's going on, but just the process of going through breaking down what this new code block does, and then they go in and they put together a world, and it's a blank space, blank world, and they got videos already posted of how it works. And I'm just blown away. Like, it's not even been 2 hours since the update rolled out, and we got a whole group of people that are out here just doing this work and then giving the feedback back to Meta and saying, hey, this works, but it doesn't do this. Is this the intended way? And Meta's catching up to the comments saying, oh yeah, go ahead and try this, or we're going to roll something else out soon. And those are the things that are happening that so many people don't get a chance to see. I know some of y'all are in that group chat. I'm not going to shout you out, but the fact is that going Discord and seeing the scripting discussion, going into these group chats and seeing what everybody's working on, this is the conversation that y'all need to try and get a part of or start your own, because you're missing out on more ways to learn, more opportunities, and just the creation of all these tools to get the early access of how this code block works that just popped up in your menu on Monday morning. If they throw a fix out on a Wednesday and now it's got some new functionality, like, these are things that are every single day being worked on. And things like dynamic lighting and things like new movement and a lot of the new physics and the hand colliders for the Pop'em Jam competition. Like, these are things that if you just take a moment and look at what's being put into these updates and just give them a try and get together with other people and try and test them out in your worlds, you're going to be amazed at not only what you're going to be able to create, but also being able to give Meta feedback. They're going to be recognizing your name more and more because you're trying new things and you're putting the time and effort in to test. And that's another tip on how to get your name out there and how to be recognized if y'all are looking for it. As far as these new scripts and code blocks when they come out, do you take any interest in any of the new stuff that's popping off, or are you kind of slowly just building and looking to see what scripts do and kind of using them as you get exposed to them?
I definitely am aware of them because I'm always in the Discord, especially when they drop a new announcement or whatever. So I definitely am aware of the script blocks. Sometimes I don't dive into them immediately, but like there are certain things where, like the time code block, I was just telling her about it, how we can get times in our worlds now. So like I think the next world we're gonna try to incorporate that time code block in a way for that world. So it's like we're definitely trying to keep up with every new thing that comes out, because if not, then you have outdated worlds.
Time code block is an interesting one because I want to shout out user voice. If you have feature requests, horizonworlds.uservoice.com, and putting in those feature requests, time code block was a feature request that started off at the Tuesday scripting office hours. People kept asking, why is it I have the time on my wrist, but I can't put the time in my world? And the basic answer was, I think it's the translation in Linux. I don't know. Maybe somebody has a smarter answer, but basically it just wasn't available yet. No one had developed it. But there was no easy way to translate it to make it show up in world. And so, because so many people requested it on user voice, so many people had requested it during the scripting office hours, now we have it and it's being tested. So if you have something that you don't know what the the technical aspect of the back end of it, something as simple as why can't I have a time clock in my world where I can put a clock on my wall? People working at Meta on this development team will notice that there's interest and they'll go and they'll start developing it. So make sure you go check out horizonworlds.uservoice.com and put in these feature requests, but also go vote on feature requests that are already out there, because if you continue to show interest, these are things that you're going to see in the future, possibly in an update, and you're going to be like, oh damn, I requested that 3 months ago, I can't believe it's here now. Or somebody going to have it in their world and you're going to be like, I've been asking for that for months. Are there features that y'all want that aren't here yet? And not the things like the YouTube and the textures, but anything that you've wanted or haven't or had requested through user voice. Is there anything on that list of capabilities?
Better sound. One thing I like about VR chat is the sound on there. Like their sound is really like top notch when it comes to the control of being able to turn down people, directional, and then even the music quality over there is like really good. Like the world quality of the sounds over there. So maybe an update on sound. I'm a big sound guy, so for me that would be a really cool update. Especially to control volumes. We need that. Some people are too loud. Just saying.
Some people are too loud. How about you, Angel?
Besides like what we've already been saying, definitely having the sound as well, and the more obvious thing is just obviously more capacity, just being able to make everything detailed, not just focusing on like a centerpiece to be the most detailed where everything else still looks a little blocky. Like that's my main thing, really.
Like,
yep, that's a good point. I'm sure everybody in here, anybody in here want more capacity? Just curious. Anybody looking for more capacity? Oh, all of y'all. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we all want capacity. That's for sure. One thing you'll notice, this world is set to 29 people. It's because of the fact that once this world hits 30, it starts to lag, and then you lose, voice dropout. And then when you hit 32, it just freezes altogether. That's something that's in user voice that I've been pushing and pushing and pushing, because it's something that still exists and it's being worked. But user voice is the best way for you to get support for your ideas, any features that you really want to see. So Kev, if you want Web3 essentials in here, anything that's NFT related, Web3, crypto, all the things that you want to see, look in user voice. There might even already be something, but the only way that the meta team is going to know that you want it is if you go vote on it and you go put your name on it and leave some comments to say that, hey, this is something that I could do with this, or whatever you want to do. With the next 10 minutes, I do want to ask people out in the audience, if y'all have something you want to share, please come on down. Mic is open, but I only have a couple more questions for y'all. So last week I had Jay Dunn and Joy Rain. I'm sure y'all know Jay Dunn and Joy Rain. They are an incredible force in the metaverse. Their energy, their positivity, their love for each other. The one thing that they shared on the show last week was about how they started out before Horizon on headsets, and their date nights went from kind of just co-game, both in Beat Saber, both in a couple of the games that they were playing. But until Horizon came along, it wasn't that one-on-one connection where they would go world hopping and that was their date night. Do y'all do anything similar since y'all have met in Horizon, that y'all go just world hopping together, or go to a private session just to be together? Anything you want to share that you can share without getting in all your business?
Yeah, we roll up all the time. Usually, if here's to roll hop just to see new worlds and to show support to people, but we usually go to VR chat where it's like the worlds are way more like complex and visually pleasing. So we go over there and we'll roll hop, play games with different friends, and watch movies, TV shows. We'll go to different games like Population 1 on here. Anything inside that you can do in the headset that we can do together, we'll do together as bonding time away from Horizon. But usually on Horizon, it's all business. Even the partying you see is, for me anyway, because of the partner program. For me, I'm working. But yeah, outside of that, we're on everything together basically.
It's not even just within the headset because there are times where we're doing like Discord calls together and playing 2D games. Like we'll get on Fortnite and just Dead by Daylight or anything like that. Just as long as like there's having that tech force of being like, oh, I'll call you either through Oculus Party, I'll call you through Discord, I'll call you through phone, and let's just get into something together, with having that limit of being this long distance, well, not very long distance, but like long distance enough where they're not really in, he's not really in my face, not really in my home or anything like that, but we're still always interacting with each other, whether it's through messages, through voice call, through games, through anything.
Very cool. So you don't exclusively Horizon Worlds it. You all just go wherever it takes y'all to really get a full experience of just going out while staying in.
Right.
That's incredible. Correct. That's incredible. I don't know if you are thinking about getting to the mic or you're just getting a close look, but please feel free to step up to the mic. We only got about a few minutes left. One thing I do want to share with y'all. First of all, Junior, I invited you to the show because I really wanted you to share your story of coming into the metaverse, your success with Lit 22, the connection that you and Angel have, and just all the success that you've seen. And then I was gonna ask to invite Angel as a guest as well, but I didn't want it to be an insincere invite to say I got Junior, but now I want to get Angel as a co-guest. I really did appreciate the fact that Junior had recommended bringing you at least in the audience, that so you could come show support. So I did ask him to invite you as well on the show because I really wanted to get both y'all up here. But I started out with Junior just because I wanted to at least get his buy-in to the show. But Angel, I also wanted to hear all about your success in your artwork, selling your art through the Better World Museum, through Mark Zuckerberg knowing your name. But both of y'all together are just so successful in my eyes, and I just want everybody to please throw some confetti up for these two for everything that they've done and just the bright future for y'all. So this is me giving my respects and my love for y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. Tristan Fry, what you got?
So I'm trying to make my way as a creator, and I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
First of all, I'm trying to build a studio and I don't know how to put my music in. I'm trying to make I had a friend that helped me get music in, but he said he doesn't exactly know how to do it completely the right way. And this was on my other account. So I'm stuck with a studio that has no music.
I can help you.
There's a lot of different answers
Lolo,
to
is that you?
I can help you with. I can help
Is
you.
that you, Lolo?
That is Lolo. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Y'all know?
Yeah, I met him a long time ago. He used to be in the studio, in Manny's studio, spitting hot flames.
Wow, awesome. Yeah. So the short answer, obviously, you got two people that already know you, and one already offering some help. But as you see here, we do have our accounts here that are on desktop. There's ways for you to pump music into a world and
Chat, I do not know what happened. We are on our way back. Okay, we're back. Oh, we're not back. We're not back. Let's try to get back. Alright, let's get back, chat. Let's get back, chat. It kicked us out. Hey, I just want to tell y'all, I appreciate y'all. Appreciate chat for showing up tonight. Showing love to these amazing creators out. And we are back, alright? Time to be quiet.
You literally can have on your screen on your computer, and you can do OBS, you can do screen recording, you can do a bunch of different options through desktop that you can't on your headset. So look into getting a headset link cable and a computer that's capable of running PC VR, and you can do a lot more with it than just adding music.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely. And definitely check out the Discord channel, check out the community group. There's a lot of people that can help. But again, as I mentioned early on, rather than going into the community group and saying, who can add music to my world, talk about your world. Hey, I've got a studio and it's to this point where I can bring people in and, if somebody wants to come check it out, give me some advice, some tips, maybe help me out with some scripting. It shows a little bit more effort behind it. So you got to just be careful how you ask for help. A lot of people just want the script. A lot of people just want the music. So definitely give it a try and just talk about your world and be excited about it so other people can get interested as well.
Okay. And I have a podcast in that same world. I know nothing about podcasts, so if anyone would be interested in helping me learn, that would be great. But it was a friend of mine's idea on here to include a podcast table in a room, a separate room that's like a podcast table, and you sit around and talk. So, because I know that's really big in Horizon right now. So,
yeah. I mean, it's 2 a.m. on the East Coast, and we still got a room full of people here. So these kind of shows, podcasts, talk shows, by all means, yeah, keep at it and share your world with everybody. Appreciate you. All right, so I think we're at the time where we should probably wrap this up. It is 2 a.m. Appreciate everybody sticking it out with us. Appreciate everybody who came through. I know some people have cycled in and out. Some people have been here from the beginning. I really appreciate each and every one of y'all. It means the world to me, not just to come show support to the show, but to show support for the guests that are up here. Every Sunday, we're going to have a surprise guest. We'll have surprise guests if they're willing. And also, kind of like we did the last 3 weeks, we bring somebody from the audience up here, say a couple of words, share what they got going on, a little bit of advice, a little bit of gems that you can take with you, and then of course bring on our special guests. So to Angel, to Junior, thank you so much. Is there anything you want to share, where they can find you, where shout out everything you got going on? We'll start with you, Angel, and then we'll wrap it up with Junior. Tell everybody where they can find you. You can talk into the bot next to Super. No, I'm just kidding. You can just look at it.
Well, you guys can find me at Angel the Artist .vr, spelled exactly the same way, just with the .vr. Also, angeltheartist.com. You can see all of my work there. Purchase any assets or any building services, anything like that. Or Jungles for both of our brand, which is JUNGLSVR on Instagram.
You can find me on Junior VR on Instagram, Junior on all platforms when it comes to music, Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, and on here almost every single day. So you just try me a friend request and you ever need me, just add me up to a party. I'll help when I can. I have the time, and this is where I'll be most of my time anyway. So Instagram here, you know where to find me.
Oh,
so there
and
you
also
go.
we
Angel
have two worlds coming out. Junjul will have two worlds coming out. One of them will be a complete game changer for Horizon Worlds, so definitely stay in tune for that.
Oh, okay. I like that. Just drop the little teaser on you. It's gonna be a game changer. So make sure y'all
Nah,
check that out.
it really
Make
is.
sure you
It's
follow
pretty
both of them.
ambitious.
If you haven't yet, open up your menus. Don't worry about liking the world if you don't want to, but open up your menus. Go to your nearby. Send these 2 friend requests. Both of them amazing creators, amazing people, amazing mentors, and examples of just people and creators in here in Horizon. So again, thank you for being here. Shout out to Junior and Angel for taking the time not only to be on this show for me, but for all of y'all to be able to ask questions, be able to learn a little bit, and of course to hear their story. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. For Super TV, hang up the phone, go subscribe, go do all the things, like, subscribe, share. Make sure that you give Super the love because Super's doing big things, and I think Super's on TikTok still, so check him out. All right, y'all. That's it for tonight. Thank y'all for checking out Horizon Live. I'm Oculos410. Make sure you come back every Sunday, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 Pacific. We're going to be here with another surprise guest, maybe 2. And we're going to have a whole lot more conversation, a whole lot more information and sharing and knowledge, the whole 9. So come on back. And you can always watch back the stream if you missed anything on the VidUnites channel. So youtube.com/VidUnites. Thank y'all for watching. I'm Oculos410. This is Junior and Angel, and we'll catch y'all next week. See y'all.
Yeah, you missed it, man. 4 hours worth.
All right, so we got the stream over. Oh, looks like y'all bailed. Where'd he go? Junior ran away.
I think Junior got kicked out.
Perfect timing. All right, y'all.
Yo, what's up, y'all? All right, chat. Appreciate y'all, MetaFam, for showing up. Again, we are here at Horizon Live with your host, Oculos410. If you guys haven't done already, please go and shout out and show love to Oculos410 on his YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is called VidUnites. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to stream it. You'll be able to catch up on all the dope content that just dropped tonight, all right? And then please give a special shout out to our guest. Oh, hold on. Matter of fact, he's right here. Our guest right here. He's invisible right now. He's invisible right now. But we had our special guest tonight. We had Angel the artist, and we had Junior. He's disappeared though. But yeah, appreciate y'all again. Oh, what up, my boy? Hey, come here. You're in the stream. You invisible. This is the boy Wavy right here, too Wavy, bro. Make sure to check out Wavy Stadium. If you hopping in the Horizon World, dope creator in here as well, too, man. Show love. All right, MetaFam, we out. We're going to wrap up tonight's show, man. This is your go-to channel for all live stream events and hot new world drops, bro. Only in Horizon Worlds. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. We see you next time. Let's go.
All this only paid for you. I actually do photography in real life.
Hey, I appreciate that. So everybody look at Arctic Wolf. Arctic's going to take some pictures. I'm, of course, still going to take some selfies, but Arctic is a professional, so we're going to let him do his thing. If anybody needs to move, please tell us. We'll move some people, get them in the picture.
You need to take your boundary
off.
MF Sun, Victor, Sadie Chan, what are y'all doing?
Dude in the purple hair, I can't see you. You're too short. Tristan Frey.
Oh, Coda.
You need to take your boundary off.
Okay, hang on.
No, boundaries off.
And then Angel, slide this way a little bit so we can get you on the edge of the couch. And then Junior.
Oculus, you want to trade chairs?
Hello, dude in the purple hair.
I just want to say,
Super, stay out my chair. Stay out of my damn chair. I know you're stealing thumbnails.
Yo, I'm just trying to get June to sign my shirt.
And then,
can I just get June to
if you
sign
can
a
scoot
shirt,
in a little bit.
Yep, Zach, come on in closer. Get on the couch.
There you go. Ain't nobody gonna bite you.
Dangerously wild. Come on, hop on the couch. Come on in. Come on.
June, do you have
hop on
some
the
time?
side entrance.
Like
Angel the artist Junior,
like
sign
a
my
meet and greet,
avatar.
please. sign my ring, June. Sign
You
my
gotta buy
ring.
super VIP for.
Oh my God.
You gotta buy super VIP for autograph signings.
I'll cash app you 100K so I can say hi to you.
So what is this?
Ooh, 100Ks. You're just gonna leave your finger on the K key and send it in his DM. 100K.
That was good.
That
was good.
All right. Yeah, please tag me in those. All right, I'm gonna take some selfies. Let's see who we need to slide in, slide out. Why don't we have Junior and Angel hop in my seat so Super don't take it? I know both y'all can fit in there. You ain't got no boundaries. Suit,
Oh
get out.
man, I tried to get it. I tried to get it.
You want to be in the back?
I can't hear you. Hold on.
There you go.
Oh, Sade, come
There
here.
you
Get in
go.
the front, bro. Come here.
Come on,
Sade,
whoever
Coda,
else
come
wanna
in,
get
come
up on the
front,
couch, we
bro.
got room.
Get in the front, y'all. Coda, Wavy, Victor, come on.
Hop on in the front.
Okay, we're gonna play a game.
Some
All
coffee.
right. Let's see. So, tape 2 PC. Hop on the couch because you're behind everybody. Hop up on the couch. There we go.
You
And Victor, just
Big
slide
Vic.
it just a little bit
What's
so
up, bro?
Coda can get back in. All right.
Honestly, I'm
Think we
cooling right
got
here. I got my
everybody?
coffee. Everything is good.
All right. All right, y'all. Ben, you drifting a little bit? Is that what's happening? Hey, all right, now everybody throw some confetti up. Throw some confetti up. Throw that confetti
Ready?
up.
1,
Hey.
2, 3, let's go.
Hey. All right, I need somebody to fill this spot right here on the couch. Just an empty spot. There we go. Stay right there, Ben. All right. Throw that confetti up. All right, now I need y'all to jump and throw confetti. Jump and throw confetti. Just keep jumping and throw confetti. Hey.
Wildin'.
Hey.
He's just using his
never heard
powers
so
to get us
much
to do
confetti.
stuff.
All right, everybody touch your finger to your nose. And then-
All right, stream. You see that, right?
Red Bull
Oculos410
gives you
trying to trick
wings.
us. Appreciate y'all for showing up. Thank y'all. Again, this is my
South Hills
channel,
to
Super
25
channel. Your go-to channel for all live stream events and our new world drops. Make sure to show love to the boy Junior. Make sure to show love to the boy Eltram.
Hey,
Angel the
Eltram.
Artist, and then go and check out the live stream on Vidu Nights, Oculos410. Let's go. Oh,
Don't forget to bully Super's avatar.
yeah, don't
Not
do
actually
that.
Super.
Don't
Just
do
his
that.
bot.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Just
Don't
his
do that.
bot.
Yeah, you could just pick his nose or something. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
Of course.
All right, y'all. We catch y'all later. All right, we catch you on the next
Good to
stream.
see y'all. Thanks for doing this, man.
Yes, thank you for having
Oh, what's up,
us.
bro?
Don't
Yeah, good
forget
to see it.
next. Oh, give me 1 second. I was posting that picture. Make sure y'all come back next Sunday. We're gonna have another surprise guest. We're gonna
Thanks for
have
having
more
me,
people on the stage. Junior, appreciate you. Great job. Angel, I'm so glad that you could be
Coda,
here.
what up, man?
Appreciate
Yeah,
everything
thank you
that
for
you
having me.
shared.
Also, one
Congrats
last
on
thing
all your
too.
success.
I'm gonna end the stream
Keep
with
all that-
this.
Keep it all
On
going.
the we gonna play
I'm just
play
grateful
Junior's
y'all did it,
song,
man.
Junior,
Hang
Coda,
around.
and Felso's song on the live stream
Shit,
before
Junior.
we end. So check it out,
Let's
y'all.
go.
Make sure to follow, make sure to like, make sure to check out his Spotify account and hit play on all of that.
Oh, smooth.
Junior comes out with some amazing music.
Get my
Check
headset
out
to
Angel the
snap.
Artist's music. It's about to come out real soon. Be on
what
the
up?
lookout for that, y'all. All right, y'all. We gonna catch you later.
I ain't
Junior,
got no music.
Coda,
What's poppin'?
Felso,
Good
Love
music.
Fight playing right
doing your music.
now.
Are you gonna play us out with some love fight?
I'll do
play it.
it for you.
We can't hear the
love
box.
to fight.
This place was packed. I couldn't even get in for a long time.
Yeah, I guess you call that toxic love. Am I doing it right, Juice?
Oh,
Yeah, we love to fight and fight to love. Yeah, I guess you call that toxic love. I know you want me back. I'm sorry, love, but I can't now understand now. Yeah, we love to fight and fight to love. Yeah, I guess you call that toxic love. I know you want me back. I'm sorry, love, but I can't now understand now. Yeah, toxic. I've been feeling office. System in a pretty little girl in a mosh pit, giving you the world and it's strange from my conscience. You and me change the same when you're uncommon. All you ever wanna do is fight. Hit me in the face with the bottom of a knife. Playing that's the same when you stab me in the back with. Right after you telling me to swallow my pride. The day that I die, the day that I bitch to is right. Leave you in the rain and my line is dry. I don't wanna fight, and I guess that means that I don't wanna love. I've been out of love, sober off the drugs, still flying in the sky. Love is a thing that apparently we're supposed to live for, but it seems like it's gone out of minds. You can feel the pain from my eyes. I don't wipe tears when I cry. Toxic love. I don't wanna fight. I just want this love. Love. It's called a love. myself, loving what I need now. Gotta keep grinding, get where I wanna be now. Say fuck love, just trying to get between now. You tell me you love me, I go. I told you off rip, I ain't wifing you, honey. She loving the shit that I wrote. Her man getting mad that she vibe with me funny. Ain't thinking with my heart no more. Cause I'm on the grind and I'm chasing that money. She tried to replace what she lost, but that never happened cause there's only one me. That real love, I don't want it anymore. You fucked up, now I'm walking through the door. That real love, I don't want it anymore. You fucked up, now I'm walking through the door. To fight and fight to love. Yeah, I guess you call that toxic love. I know you want me back, I'm sorry love, but I can't now understand now. Yeah, we love to fight and fight to love. Yeah, I guess you call that toxic love. I know you want me back, I'm sorry love, but I can't now.
Yeah, we got a toxic love, I can't go back. The key to my heart you hold and I know that. Yeah, we got history, it's no mystery, but I fucked it up, yeah, I own that. But I've grown a lot and I've shown that. I'm one of a kind, you can't clone that. I know you where my soul at, but we bad together, that's so facts. Look, I swear that this ain't an excuse. You play with my heart, you gave it a bruise. I sat in the dark and I played with a noose. Girl, you playing games while I paid all my dues. Love ain't a game, but you breaking the rules. Wanna rewind it and go back and start. Why be together, we better apart. Yeah, you want me back, but that wouldn't be smart. These scars, yeah, I earned them. This love, it was something to learn from. One night I just stared at your pictures, just wishing I rolled up a blunt while I burned them. Leave me alone, cause I'm finding peace. Living for me, no apologies. If you love me, then you should be proud of me. I can't lie, it's the way that it gotta be.
Yeah, we love to fight and fight to love. Yeah, I guess